Okay, so I'm actually healthy today. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Although I do have to laugh. I got put in for a pulmonology referral back in January when they thought I'd had a heart attack or I was about to have a heart attack. If you're not familiar with the bits and bobs of the story, I was on vacation. I was hiking. I was like 1.75 miles down a snowy mountain trail, which was probably a stupid decision on my part. I probably should not have gone to the mountains for like my first hike. In retrospect, that was a bad idea. But I came home, and the reason why I came home is because of the nature of my healthcare. I had two choices. I could check myself into the hospital in a small podunk skiing town, and get half-ass tests, or I mapped the route home so I knew all the places that had good hospitals. I got home. The very next day I had I didn't even go see my PCM. I called my PCM, told them what the problem was. The very next day when I got home, I had a stress echo on my heart. A stress echo on my heart comes back clean. My heart's good. In fact, all those years I spent as a runner, the cardiologist looked at it and he's like, "You have an amazing heart." And I said, "No, you can't have it. I'm not an organ donor." And he kind of laughed. And he's like, "You need to, next step is ENT and pulmonology." ENT I've already gone to. I'm completely done. Pulmonology just called me this morning and I don't see them till February. That right there is indicative of the problem with the American healthcare system. Because we just don't have enough specialists. We don't have enough cardiologists, pulmonologists, nerve conduction. Like I see the neurologist in 12 days. I got to have a nerve conduction test, but that's completely different problem. We just don't have enough doctors. As I said the other day, you take your population of 330 million people, right? And you divide that among about 1,800 patients impaneled to a doctor would mean we'd need 183,000 doctors. I think the other day we actually did 330 million divided by 1,500 patients, was it? Yeah, it was 1,500 patients. You figure based on your doctor being able to give you an annual physical, get you in for your immunizations, your inoculations, see you once a year for a physical, and then still leave slots every day for the doctor to get acute appointments in and then coverage for teammates and all that. Have about 1,500 people impaneled to a doctor. You're going to need 220,000 GPs, general practitioners, to be PCMs. And this isn't going to include how many people you need at, say, urgent cares, or this isn't including emergency rooms. Because remember, your PCM probably has office hours between 7:30 and 4, 7 and 5 if they're working 410s. So you're also going to need overnight doctors. And then that's just general practitioners. Somebody messaged me after the show where I said that. They're like, "So you're saying we only have a need of 220,000 doctors?" No, we only have a need of about 220,000 general practitioners to be your main doctor. Then I've never looked at the numbers because I'm not the director of Health and Human Services like Bobby Kennedy is. You need X number of cardiologists, X number of pulmonologists, X number of neurologists, right? X number of internists, X number of radiologists, X number of podiatrists. And then that's not even getting into how many surgeons do we need. I mean, we probably, if I were to just throw a fucking guess out, we probably need somewhere around 3.3 million doctors, but we don't have that. And so you get stuck in a situation. Well, what about the people that like, and I don't mean to be depressing in the pre-show, because this is the pre-show. Because I owe you guys some hours. I do treat my subscriptions like the value they're worth, and I missed some shows because I was on vacation, and then I had to go to the urgent care, and I had to go get a CT, and then I had to go to the doctor. So I owe you guys some time. It's just we're living in a shitty world. But as you see the title of today's show, where the fuck is it? Down there. We can't ever fix any of these problems in our country. CT, urgent care. Are you think, Chief? I had to have a CT with contrast on my neck, and yeah, I'm good. My neck and my tongue. My tongue is bigger than it should be for my mouth. Everybody always tells me I have a big mouth. Apparently, I just have a big tongue. They thought I have cancer somewhere in my body. I have cancer markers. They can't find anything, though. The next thing is blood cancer screening. I'm going to be pissed if this is all a false positive on a cancer screening I had. I'm going to be really pissed. I'm going to be really pissed off. But they did find my tongue is too big for my mouth. So that was worth getting stabbed in the arm. Because now there's some bits and things we can do to... I have sleep apnea, and they gave me a new medication. Having a tongue that's too big for your mouth can actually cause acid reflux. I haven't looked into it, but they gave me a new med, which is helping. I was up at 5:30 this morning. I'm fucking retired, and I was up at 5:30 this morning working, because I got all sorts of shit to go on with. And today's show is going to be talking about, we're going to be looking at the world through the lens of how the hell can you fix America? And no offense, Europe, Canada, you guys are getting there real close with your citizenry being real fucking dumb. You're catching us. This is not something you want to catch the United States in. Let us be the world leader of the dumbasses. Don't try to catch us. There was, I'm going to be making
$7.25 now.
I'm going to be making a TikTok on this, but, this, oh no, where did it go? Is this it?
Press this button and put this in your kid's backpack. This will literally record everything that your kids, friends, and teachers say while your kid's at school. It lasts for 30 hours on a single charge, which is crazy because this thing is super thin. And it transcribes everything to your phone via text. You can also switch it to call mode, attach it to the back of your phone magnetically, and it records all of your calls. It is by far one of the coolest things I've seen on TikTok. I'll put a link below.
This is by far one of the coolest things I've seen on TikTok. Yeah, if you want to get your fucking self and your kid charged with misdemeanor and or felony eavesdropping, like, I get it. Everybody's got a side hustle right now. But this is actually the world we're living in. This guy, and I'm going to be making a response video, but it wasn't the video that I chose to do this morning. I chose the school taxes thing. What troubles me more isn't that the guy made the video. It's that the response of some of the stupid people in the world. I think that's illegal, especially in a two-party state. Some of you need to look up the fact of admissible in court and legal. It's always legal to record everybody. It might not be admissible to do that. Then there's me. So you know it's an educated blurb. It's not always illegal to record people. It is actually a crime in two-party consent states. It's not a crime. It's inadmissible in court. You cannot use it as evidence. And if you think it's a crime, please direct me towards the law that claims it's a crime. In Illinois, which is a two-party consent state, ILCS 514-2, is a Class A misdemeanor, which is a criminal charge. Did the person ever come back? Yeah, let you guess. He didn't answer after that. No, he didn't. He never came back and answered after that. Because there's two types of people in the world. There's the types of people who remain silent and then look up things before they speak, or they ask questions. Like, I asked a question to a lady the other day. Her video didn't make a lot of sense, but I wanted to ask her a question on it. And then she answered, so I didn't have to make a video, because then I knew what she was talking about. Or you got the people that it doesn't matter what the topic of the week for. It's like the people that were immigration law scholars immediately turned in their immigration law, and then they became political scientists with the gerrymandering. And then they became sexual psychologists with the Epstein files. And every time a subject comes up, people become subject matter experts. Now, I try very, very desperately to not argue from expert level, because it's a really weak, it's a really weak way to argue. What I'm not going to do, though, is I'm not going to set the context. It's like the guy that wanted to argue with me the other day, and I said, literally, man, here, look, this is how it works. I'm telling you, you're not going to change my opinion on what I consider the facts. So don't waste your time. Don't waste my time. Unless this is my opinion of what happened, this is the reality of my world. Now, you are free to tell me, give me facts, citations, but I don't want your opinion. I want facts and citations. I want empirical data. Because in my world, this is how I got to my conclusion. Here's the empirical data for how I got here. I don't give a fuck about your opinion. I give a fuck that you prove my facts wrong. Facts are the foundation of your opinion. And if your opinion isn't based on facts, then I'm no longer going to be polite about it. If your opinion isn't based on facts, then you're just a fucking moron. Move on. Move on down the assembly line to the next person, because I don't want to engage with you. People are lazy and don't want to take notes, not thinking what this device would be abused for. Right. And for example, I was teaching a class and a kid walked in and he set a recorder up. And I said, excuse me, I don't allow audio-visual recording. He's like, you don't have a choice. I said, unfortunately, that is where you're mistaken. I am the instructor of the course. I don't allow the courses to be audio recorded because I offer everybody academic non-attribution. Well, the kid's like, well, I'm not going to turn it off. And so I just went to my desk. I pulled out a red sheet. I filled it out. I handed it to him. I said, there you go. Go to the registrar's office. He's like, what's this? I was like, it's your drop slip. You're forcibly dropped from my class. And he's like, well, I'll turn it off. No. The time for that has come and gone already. I'm rejecting you as a student. Go to the registrar. Then the kid is like basically half belligerent, half crying. I need this specific class this semester and you're the only instructor. Yeah, I was brought in specifically to teach this class at night, and you want to be a pain in my ass. I don't want you as a student because I don't believe that when I pass out, and this is before I've even handed out the syllabus. I said, I don't believe when I hand out the form about academic non-retribution that you're going to abide by it. You're going to take that audio recording, clip me out of context, do something with it. And this was on the early days of YouTube and all that other bullshit. I said, so I just don't want you as a student. And my contract allows for that. So pick yourself up, take yourself to the registrar's office. There's your drop slip. Next not the next night, but the night after that, when I went to teach another class, department head came to me and said, what was the problem? I said, when you hired me, you told me that I can have a clause of academic non-retribution, which non-attribution and retribution. What it means is you can't run around and say, Sarah in Mr. J's classroom management said this. You're not allowed to take what we talk about in the classroom out of the classroom because you can't attribute people's statements, and that's my classroom policy. And so the department head was like, that's fine. And the reason why I do that is because I want to hear about your worst experiences in the classroom as a teacher's aide while you're working to get your teaching certificate. I want to hear about those so we can break them down. I don't want you to be afraid because you say, yeah, and this student pissed me off, and so I went out in the hallway and I punched a locker. I don't want that to get attributed to you because you could lose your job for that. Now, when it comes to running around, a lot of these school districts have passed policies this semester where kids can't have their phones in class. And I've talked about this before. I am not your child's parent. You are your child's parent. You do the parenting. I don't want to do the parenting. I've been parenting for most of my fucking life. I don't want to do the parenting. I want to do the teaching. I want you to do the parenting. With that said, I have no problem with the kids having their phones on them in class. I don't even have a problem if there's an emergency and you have to text your kid. I have no problem with you taking out hey, Mr. J, I gotta answer my mom. Go ahead. Just hand up, Mr. J, gotta answer my mom. But if every 10 minutes your mom is texting you, then I'm gonna say, you know what? Respond to your mom. Mom, I'm in Mr. J's class. Sum it up in 25 words or less. And I say that because, again, the title of the show today is We Will Never Fix Our Country Till We Educate our citizens. And we can't educate our citizens if they're sitting in schools on phones. There is already massive amounts of data that the average attention span has dropped down to like 3 minutes. If you didn't know this, if you're my age, grumpy old man's age, TV shows began writing around the commercial breaks. TV shows, a 60-minute TV show has anywhere between 42 and 47 minutes of content because it has between 13 and 18 minutes of commercials. Not only do they have to give up that much in commercial, they have to write it into the segments. And you've all seen this in the 90s TV shows when you would watch them. No, Wolf Agar, they had to get to commercial break cliffhangers because when advertising became this big push, grumpy old man, I'll tell you, you used to have, they would be in the middle of a scene and the network would stop, put the commercial break in, and then you'd return right to the scene. We'll be back in 2 and 2. Right. We'll be back in 2 minutes. We'll be back in 2 commercials. They literally would put that. Like, that was the transition stinger. Hannibal Smith and the A-Team just got finished lighting a cigar, and he's about to say something, and then that's where the network had decided the commercial break needs to go. So we'll be back in 2 and 2. And then you got up, you ran, you took your piss, you got your soda, you ran back to the couch, and then it would right back to Hannibal just finished lighting the cigar. They might roll it back 10 frames, and then he starts talking again. Well, then Wolf Agar, you bring up the commercial break cliffhangers. Star Trek DS9 Yeah, wasn't there also a time where they would repeat like 30 seconds of the program again after the commercial? Yes, there was. And the reason why they did that, that's old as shit. But remember, all the syndicated stations, before we had like national broadcasting, well, the local TV station might have 2 minutes and 25 seconds of commercials. So, or how they programmed it, like the local TV station would promise the commercial break to the buyer at 14 minutes after the hour. So until we had this nationalized methodology battle rhythm, it was all over the place. Well, people's attention span used to be longer. People could follow a 15-minute segment. Yeah, remember when there was no recording of shows? Remember how fucking amazing it was when, which one are you talking about? That I couldn't record it because we didn't have VCRs? We didn't have Betamaxes because they just didn't fucking exist? Or when they were live in studio? Because that was amazing too. When they were live. It wasn't very common, but everything... Yeah, you were shit out of luck if you missed an episode. Right. My family didn't have cable. My nuclear family didn't have cable. Remember, my eldest brother is 16 years older than me. Do you know how much I loved my older brother? Like, he got cable. He moved into his new house. He got cable. He had a VCR. As long as I gave him VHS tapes, he would record two movies onto a single VHS tape, because I was poor, and he would record them at the 6-hour length, shittier quality, but it didn't matter because we had old fucking vacuum tube TV anyway. And my brother would come over once a week to see my dad, and he would bring me anywhere between 2 and 6 movies. That was fucking awesome. Like, he would just show up and he'd be like, "Here, little brother." I was like, oh my God, this is the great... I looked at my parents, I was like, why don't we get cable? Then, of course, my dad said, well, what do we need cable for if your eldest brother is bringing you movies? But we got to change... we got to change how we educate our citizens. We're just getting real dumb. And there's nothing we can fix it. Like, do I have this crazy racist lady? When was the last time you watched a movie show at home and no one pulled the phone out once? All the time, Wolfagar, and I'll tell you why. And then I'm glad you brought that up. I'm gonna actually segment to the TV station, the TV segment. We all take our phones and we leave them on the kitchen table when we go into the living room to watch a movie together. And now my watch has to come off because I have a smartwatch. So this comes off and this goes face down. The first person to check their phone before the movie is over does all the cleanup. And all of my daughter's phone is, we haven't updated hers, but my wife and mine's phones are set up so when we put them on Do Not Disturb mode, the only people who can bypass is family. And not even all the family, just certain members. So because you brought that up, I want to play this one. Because sometimes the show doesn't go the direction I want, and that's okay. Because it's not my show, it's our show. Why theaters are dying.
Etiquette is why theaters are dying. Yes, the price is definitely playing a factor into that, and streaming is far more convenient. But if you've been to the movies in the past 5 years, you would know that movie etiquette has just been thrown out the window. It is basically insufferable to go to the movies now with people texting, getting up constantly, talking, some people even taking photos with their flash going off. It has truly killed the theater going experience, and that is such a bummer because I love going to the movies, and I would be okay paying the higher price if everyone just sat in silence and enjoyed what we were all watching.
That's, everyone's talking about the price is too high. Well, the price is high, but the value for what I'm getting, I don't mind the idea. Yeah, there was a huge thing about the Minecraft movie with people just talking and like just carrying on. Like, it would be at the movie theater that I go to, it's $36 if I go to a matinee for 3 people. It's $36. That doesn't include the fucking snacks at the popcorn thing. When I add that shit in, I'm up to $70, right? 2 popcorns, because I don't eat. My daughter likes to fucking individually butter every fucking kernel of popcorn, and then a couple of drinks. If my wife is there, she doesn't particularly care for popcorn. She prefers candy. So shit, man, I spend $36 on tickets and probably close to $30 at the concession stand, which would be fine. But if I gotta sit there and then be like, hey, shut the fuck up, and I can't do that anymore, because you can't yell at somebody to shut the fuck up, because they might just turn around and whip out a gun and blast your ass because you were rude to them. So I'd rather stay at home, watch the movie at home, this isn't a flex, right? This isn't a flex, but I have an 80-inch TV in my living room. I have a 80-inch 4K TV. Somebody mispriced that bitch. It got snatched up. I've got the nice sound bar. I've got the nice sound system. The only thing I don't have is the movie Cedar Theats, which I'm putting in my house in Florida. Why the fuck would I want to spend $70? And then, you know how it goes, right? When you're going to the movies, you either go to dinner before the movie or after the movie, or at the very minimum, you get takeout. You don't go home and cook dinner after you've been to a movie. It's just uncultured. So now we're up to $120. Why? Or $180, depending if we go to what we go out for. So why would I want to spend that? It was just like, what was a really, really cool thing in life about the 60s, the 70s, the 80s? Drive-in theaters. Drive-in theaters were fucking amazing. And then why did they close them? People fucking in cars. People getting into fights. Yeah, this one. I see people do this shit all the time, and it's obnoxious as fuck, right? Last time you went into a movie, a young girl in the row in front of us was recording the movie, making a TikTok personal vid. She put it away when her mom noticed her. Probably heard me talking about asking loudly if it was illegal to record movies, right? Anything that would make do with all the shit in cinemas in a technical sense is way more available at home now. TVs are insane. Yeah. So why do I want to spend all this extra money for what used to be the only way to, and do you remember Grumpy Old Man? Grumpy Old Man will back me up because he's old. You used to have to wait a fucking year for the movie to be available at Blockbuster. And then you usually had to wait at least 30 days, but usually more like 90, before you could buy the movie. Now, you might be able to get it from Blockbuster if they bought too many copies and then they decided to start selling them. But even then, they had to wait for approval from the distributor. Blockbuster couldn't start selling secondhand versions of them for like 2 weeks after Suncoast Video and Record Town and all those other places got permission to sell them. I don't know if Best Buy was around yet. I think Circuit City was around. But there was like order to the universe. And now there's no order to the universe. It's literally, when a movie sucks at the movie theater, it's out on a streaming service within 3 or 4 weeks anyway. Like, I was gonna watch Saw 10 in the theaters last year. And then I got a notice that Saw 10 was gonna be available on streaming in like 3 weeks. I was like, I'll just watch it at home. But again, we're not teaching manners. We're not teaching respect. We're not teaching politeness. As we ended the show on Monday, I was talking about if we don't teach people what the state of nature is, like why are so many millennials? I'm sorry, I apologize to the millennials. Why are so many neo-millennials and Gen Alpha, that generation who are in their they're in their like 18 to 30 range now? Because I keep forgetting the millennials are in their 30s and up to 45 now. They all want communism. Well, they want communism because they don't know what the fuck communism is. They want communism because they want to get to the Marx, Engels, Lenin end game. But if in order to get to the good part of communism, you have to go through all of communism and all of socialism. The problem with that is, as I said the other day, it's kind of like a flowchart. And this is where we need to educate people. Do you believe in the state of nature? Do you believe in the state of nature? Yes or no? If yes, then you might agree with socialistic policies. But if you believe in the state of nature, you cannot simultaneously believe in communism. If you don't believe in the state of nature, then you can believe in this. But you got to do an awful lot of justification to convince me that the state of nature is wrong. Communism, why am I not using the wonderful tool that I have? Communism at the surface level speaks to people's sense of entitlement. And if there is one thing people today have is one thing people have a surplus of today is entitlement. Now, since you brought that up, let's talk about
etiquette is why theaters are.
Let's talk about a living wage or a universal basic income. Let's talk about universal basic income.
Is it a valid initiative to bring universal basic income to Oregon?
Oh, no, we don't believe in that.
You don't believe in that?
No.
Do you believe in that? Okay, why not?
We believe in free markets. We believe in getting paid what you deserve.
I have 10 years explicit pizza experience, right?
Uh-huh.
I can't make more than $2 or $3 over minimum wage, even with that experience.
I have 10 years of experience in pizza, and I can't make over $2 to $3 over minimum wage. You're right, because you're low skilled labor, and unfortunately, because we haven't had people read Karl Marx, we haven't had people read Capital. Everybody always wants to talk about the Communist Manifesto, but nobody wants to talk about Capital. We don't want to have Smith, The Wealth of Nations. People don't want to understand capitalism. You are not designed to have more than existence if you work in pizza, right? If you work in pizza, you're not fucking designed to be living the same as a person who has a college degree and has a career. That is like the day that somebody said to me, socialism and communism is the same. They're not, because if socialism and communism were identical, we wouldn't need two different words for them. They would just be one word. Job and career are not the same. A job is a thing you do in order to meet your basic minimums of the Maslow hierarchy of needs. It's even in the hierarchy of needs, right? Let me get the picture, because people are always like, Jay doesn't know what he's talking about. Right? if you notice, self-actualization is the very top. Esteem, respect, self-esteem, status, recognition. That is not at the bottom of the pyramid. You're comment about the sense of entitlement. People have a sense of entitlement, like I'm worthy of respect. No, you're not. You're worthy of the opportunity to do something worthy of respect. I don't need a gold medal. I don't need a pat on the back for getting my ass up at 5:30 this morning, putting on clean socks, clean boxers, a clean t-shirt, jeans that have been washed in a relatively... I don't get a fucking gold star for that. I also shouldn't have self-esteem about that. That's the basic physiological needs. I need clothing. I put clothing on. Congratulations. I did the bare minimum, Bobby.
Because nobody will actually pay what my labor is worth. So how does that fit into your...
To my belief.
People won't pay me what my labor is worth. Here's the problem. What is pizza labor value? Low. Pizza labor is low. You can want it to be high, but then the price of the pizza goes high, and then the demand for pizza goes down, and then the value of pizza labor is low. Case in point, fast food workers in California got a raise to $20 an hour, and then a bunch of fast food establishments fired all their workers or went out of business, or they brought in McRobot because McDonald's kept raising its prices because it has to keep raising its prices. And yes, I do understand that they're raising their prices in a little bit of a way because they're profit taking, they're profit gouging, or the price gouging, and they're trying stupid things like surge pricing. That's all fucking corporate greed. But it's corporate greed as written by SEC law that you have to do everything in your power to return as much money as possible to the shareholders. And until we educate America on that, you're not going to be able to advocate for changing the law because the law doesn't need to change if the shareholders are happy.
Yeah.
Because I believe that if you have a skill that isn't so much in demand, the market's going to pay you in direct proportion with that. If you have a skill that's high in demand, let's say Elon Musk, right? SpaceX, Tesla, stuff that is actually highly in demand, stuff that brings a specific amount of value to the marketplace, then they're going to reward you off that.
Okay, how about my bachelor's in environmental science?
What about my bachelor's in environmental science? Okay, hold on a second. Take your bachelor's in environmental science and shove it right up your ass. Your bachelor's degree in environmental science is fucking useless. It's useless. It is as useless as my pre-law training. Your bachelor's in environmental science is going to get you a job as an environmental science assistant, which is going to pay on par about with minimum wage, because that is an entry-level job into the career field. You go in with a bachelor's in environmental science, you prove that you're a good assistant, the organization that you're working for makes a determination whether or not they want to put money into you, then they send you for your master's. When you get your master's and you come back, now you're supervising people that have a bachelor's, while you're being supervised by people with doctorates. If they see that je ne sais quoi of a doctorate in environmental science, then the organization will pay for you to go get your doctorate because you will ascend to the upper echelon. And if you're everybody else, then pound sand. The girl that I showed the video the other day, she has a degree in biomedical science from Cornell. She has a master's in biomedical science from Cornell. She spent probably $100,000 getting her degree, but she didn't have a plan for what she was going to do with it. So now she's a hostess. Well, why the fuck didn't you have a plan?
So degrees aren't really as useful as people would think. They're more an authority claim.
So then why should people go to college?
Well, I don't think they should.
Boom, motherfucker. Why should people go to college? I don't think they should. I don't think you should be going to college unless you're smart enough to have a fucking plan. What's the title of today's show? We will never fix our country until we educate our citizens. You need to be telling your fucking kids, your nieces, your nephews, you don't need to be worried about college unless you're going to get a degree that needs you to go to college. For example, I happen to have certification and training in a very bougie bullshit career field. Biomedical equipment maintenance repair. I have a degree in electrical engineering, biomedical technology. That is a complete bullshit degree that you don't need, because teaching people how to repair medical equipment is done in 42 weeks at the Department of Defense Tri-Service School. Army, Navy, Air Force all go to the exact same school where they, in 42 weeks, they are apprentices, and then they spend another 18 months average, depending on branch of service, studying continuing development courses, 9 volumes of CDCs, I think over 1,000 pages, 2 tests, and hundreds of hours of hands-on. I don't need you to go to fucking school for 8 years to become a BMO, I don't need you to have a master's degree in biomedical engineering to fix medical equipment. I don't want you to think that as a ET, you're going to be making 6 figures. You can make a solid, 75, 80K. You might make 6 figures if you get picked up by Gendex or General Electric, or Kodak, but I think they're out of the business now. And you're in radiology. But we need to be teaching people the value of a college education, but we're not doing that. We're shoveling them in through high school, and we've turned 95% of the high schools in this country into college prep schools. Well, how the fuck did that happen? Because the colleges told you to.
Who told you that?
I mean, the entire society told me to do that when I was growing up.
Yeah.
And I went to school and I...
By the way, you wonder why you're standing on a street corner asking questions with a TikTok channel with a bachelor's degree in environmental science. You're wearing neon blue fucking sweatpants. You have a fucking ponytail. You have a raggedy ass beard, and you're wearing a ball cap. I'm just saying that if you want people to, I can't take you seriously. If you want people to take you seriously, get a pair of dress slacks, cut your fucking hair, put a fucking professional looking shirt on, have white paper, not green paper on your clipboard. Jay, what if all these things matter? They fucking matter. Have a nice polo on.
Got a degree.
You're going to blame society because society told you to get a college degree. Well, do you need society to wipe your ass for you too? You have a buddy who's 31 or 32 and was talking about making communism a thing and complaining about how hard it is making money. And I'm like, what? Dude, you've got 50 pre-built commander decks and those are $75 each. So I don't know if that's true or not. So I'm going to trust you. 50 decks, $75 a piece. That's $3,750. Now, I'm not going to say that when I was in high school, I didn't play Magic. I did. I'm not going to say that as an adult, I haven't sold Moxes that I had that were in good condition, because I have. I played EVE Online for too many fucking hours, but I had a good job and I had a career. And I sold an account in EVE Online to pay off a car. But I also always had a good job. But Wolfgar, here's what I'm going to say to you. You said you have a buddy who's 31 or 32, and these are the characteristics of your buddy. I don't know if you're an eagle, an owl, or a pigeon, but your buddy's a pigeon. And you know who doesn't fly with pigeons? Eagles and owls. Unfortunately, unless they're your charity case, if a pigeon is trying to fly with you and it can reach your height, you're a pigeon too. And I say that to people and sometimes they get offended, but you are the company you keep. One of the hardest things for me to do years ago was to come to the realization that when I made the transition between enlisted and officer, I had a lot of still childhood friends. So this is 2009. I still had a lot of like high school friends in 2009. I'd only been out of high school for like 12 years. I got rid of them all because they were never gonna be's. You can't be talking to people and having the hobbies, shared interest, same shared social circle with a bunch of never gonna be's. If they're jerking off to anime hentai porn and they're playing Magic and running commander decks, and you're supposed to be reading von Clausewitz on war, you're supposed to be reading The Art of War, you're supposed to be reading The Toyota Way, you're supposed to be reading Our Iceberg is Melting. Well, if you want to get ahead and professionally and you're supposed to be reading all these things, then you don't have time to be eating Cheetos with your weed smoking buddies from high school. It just is how it is. I don't need McDonald's to have Michelin level chef flipping my burger. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've eaten in Michelin level restaurants. That is one thing I have never developed. I like to eat good meals, but not that high. I like to eat good meals, but not all the way up there. Like, I'll give you an example. Your next one. Where are you making pizzas? If your establishment was super high end, I'd imagine the price of pizza would go up. And then the next one is, what fucking labor? The 10 steps to the oven to your car, or the 30 steps from your car to the door? There's a TikToker who makes fairly confrontational videos about being a DoorDasher. And he talks about tips. The single greatest thing we could do in our society right now is get rid of fucking tipping. We need to get rid of tipping, because tipping has become such a fucked up part of our society. Tips when I was a server, 10 was the recommended, 15 was you were a fucking baller and you lived with 5%. Now people are saying 30%. I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now. If tipping becomes 30%, I will never eat out again.
Okay, I would never pay this. It's a living wage fee. Living wage fee of 18% added to each dine-in check. This fee goes directly to staff payroll and provides a living wage to our team. If you choose to tip, tips are pooled amongst the entire team. A living wage, 18% right on top without the tip? I don't know. What's your opinion on this? I want to hear.
If I got a receipt, I would walk back to the door. I would look at the whole fucking door. I would look at the whole fucking counter. I would ask for a menu just to make sure I didn't miss it, but legally they have to post it at the door. And I would hand them back the receipt and I'd say, get this fucking bullshit off of my receipt, because I ain't paying it. And then I wouldn't tip and I would piece the fuck out. If you were to try to charge me an 18% living wage fee, I would fucking refuse. And if they're like, well, if you don't pay, we'll call the police, I'd say call the fucking police. Because when the police showed up, I'd say, I am willing to pay the dollar amount without this living wage fee. Therefore, I am telling you, this isn't theft. It's not shoplifting. It's a civil matter. I am willing to pay for what I ordered, but not this bullshit. Now, I only believe in tipping because I understand we live in a tipping society. But if servers are going to continue to cry poor mouth about how much they make, then let's get the fuck rid of tipping. Let's get rid of tipping. Again, if that living wage fee actually goes to the people working, as soon as it's on the tab, I see corporate. Right. Now, what would be a better way to do this? The better way to do this would be to take, right? You take that $17 for the Reuben and the fresh cut fries. And so your better way to do this is to, sorry, my meds aren't working. My hands are backwards today. Make the Reuben, instead of $13, make it $15.29 to $15.39, because we always like to round on those nines. The fries. Okay, so what I would do is I would make the fries $4.99. And so 17 minus $4.99. Then what I would do, hold on, I did something wrong here. 13 plus 4 times 1.18. Oh, so 2060 or 2006, right? Minus 4.99. So then I would make the sandwich $14.99. I'd make the fries $4.99, and we're going to be just a little off of our 18%. But we're going to stay within the realm of, because we don't want to price the sandwich over $15, because then marketing wise, you don't see $14.99. Most people on my show do, because I've taught them to do this. Unfortunately, the way your brain is programmed, you don't see $14.99 as 15, you see it as 10. You may not actively articulate it, but you've been taught your whole life in grade school rounding that since it's not 15.01, it's not 20, and we don't really deal on the middles. So $14.99 plus $4.99 is going to give you $19.98, and you were looking for 2006. So you're within 0.4 of a point accurate. You're good to go there. And I don't see a drink cost here. So you probably have some extra money to be made if you price your drinks properly. But I would rather you raise all your prices 18% than try to throw some 18% fee on me. But that's like, people don't understand economics. I'll show you one that'll blow your mind. So you buy something for $20, right? But the shipping is free, right? Well, the shipping's not free. The shipping's baked into it. The shipping's baked into it. So you're paying tax on the shipping. Because if this is $15 for the product and $5 for the shipping, this is what you would actually want. You would want the product priced this way. You would want the product priced at $15 plus $5 shipping, because then your bill would be $15 tax, right? Plus shipping, which is not taxed. Instead, you pay 20 and you pay tax on 20. So you're paying 25% more tax because you've been convinced that it's a good deal that you get free shipping. The problem is when you want it this way, but the vendor can't make money, the vendor raises their prices to 27 because they have to cover the shipping, but they also have to cover the cut percentage that Amazon takes or TikTok Shop takes or Etsy takes or whatever takes. Well, so you're paying tax on the cut, which is bullshit. The way that should be is that should show $15 cost plus tax total, right? Plus shipping not taxed, plus Etsy or Amazon or TikTok cut not taxed. So let's say their fee is $4 and that fee is $5. Now the item is $24. But if the vendor has to cover all that, they're going to raise the price to 27 and you're going to pay the tax on 27 because they have to account for the cuts. But people don't know that. Yeah, Amazon Etsy doesn't want them to show that. That's the problem. That's the fucking problem. People have been, because they don't want numbers and facts and figures to be shown. Because then Amazon looks bad. Just like, right? We're living in a world of people that don't understand the tactics that you use when you're dealing with corporate don't apply to the tactics that you use when you're dealing with a small business owner. Small business owner can't afford for you to be returning products just because you don't like them. You bought it. That's why some places have all sales final, no returns, customer responsible for restocking fee and delivery and return fee. But then they do that and they can't make any sales. 1 second. Sorry about that. For some odd reason, my circulation fan wasn't on, and that's gonna get this room up to 100 degrees pretty quick. Or contact manufacturer for returns or replacement. Right. You get the whole thing where I told you guys I ordered a gazebo for outside. I have a hot tub. I needed a gazebo for it. I ordered a gazebo. It was a fairly good quality one, or so I thought. Fell apart in a storm. I contacted Amazon, and Amazon was like, well, there's not a lot and I sent them the pictures, and they said, holy shit. Amazon said, we're refunding you the money. I said, what do I do with all this? I can't legally ship this. And they said, what do you mean? I said, I can't ship stuff that's falling apart, rust, and I said, I can't contaminate the shipping system with all this bullshit. I said, plus, I don't have the strength to take this anywhere. Amazon's like, fuck it. You're getting your money back. You don't owe them nothing. The manufacturer contacted me and was fucking raging about it. They're like, well, you owe us because I don't owe you shit. Don't contact me again. I didn't do business with you. I did business with Amazon. You did business with Amazon. We've never done business together. They wanted me to pay them like the cost of the shipping that they had to send. I was like, I'm not paying you shit. Fuck off. Speaking of shipping, I'm really getting fucking tired of people only telling half the story. Where's the woman? Oh shit, did I delete it? Oh no. I'm really getting tired of people telling half the story and things. So, military appointed movers refused to move my laser because it was business equipment. People on the internet. If your business is making money, you can afford to ship it. My tax dollars shouldn't be used to move your business. That's a business expense and your responsibility, not the military. Just because your husband is enlisted doesn't mean I get everything free. Tell me you know nothing about the military without telling me you know nothing about the military. Okay, well, how about I talk about it? Because household goods is a deployment and distribution flight function, and I was the deployment and distribution flight commander at my base for 2 of my years. I specifically was a household goods inspector. The regulation states your civilian spouse is allowed to move 500 pounds of Pro Gear. That's it. That printer, from the looks of it, I couldn't figure out which make and model it was exactly, but crated is more than 500 pounds. Now, I went to the person's video and I looked up some details, and she's like, well, we've had 5 other moves. It was never a problem before. I'll tell you why that happened. Because 5 other moves, you were earlier in your marriage, and you probably weren't using all of your weight allowance, and the mover wanted the weight to bring you up to your maximum allowed. But now you've accumulated so much other shit, you're at your maximum allowed. The mover doesn't want to move that because that is one of those, the mover has to move it, but they're not going to get the same rate. Yeah, Grumpy Old Man says so. It always worked before as a general healthy take on everything. Right. The problem is, you're going to be shocked by this, but I got to a point where I had more than 2,000 pounds of books. And when I was coming here, at first they told me, well, we're going to have to weigh your books because it looks like you have more than 2,000 pounds of books. And I was like, yeah, I do. And so they said, well, you're going to have to get it down to exactly 2,000. I said, okay. Well, I didn't need a lot of the shit. Most of the stuff was outdated. It was already 20 years old. So I got rid of a bunch of it. But then when I was moving, they grossly overestimated how much all my furniture weighed. And they also didn't realize I had put red Post-it notes on a bunch of stuff. I wasn't bringing it. So they came and they did my household pre-inspection. Then they came along, and the day we were moving, I think I was allotted 16,000 pounds due to my rank. And I only had about 8,800 pounds of stuff. And the guy's like, well, where's all those books? Oh, you told me to thin them out. They were willing to move my books, not as Pro Gear, but as household goods, because they wanted to get, so they were mad. Because they were like, well, you're only using half of your weight allowance. I was like, yeah. They're like, the guy actually said, he's like, but your cars are full of stuff. Yeah, that's all the stuff I need on my arrival day. It's also stuff I don't trust anybody to move. And he's like, well, we'll move it. I was like, no, it's okay. It's like, I know how to get my reimbursement for the 600 pounds I'm taking in each vehicle. So it was just, when you're going to shit on the military for something, please tell the truth. Please tell the truth. Look, if that laser weighs more than 500 pounds, you're not entitled for the military to move it. Just because you had 5 other places that moved it for you, thanks for making a comment that they should yoink your husband's previous 5 moves and audit those 5 movers. I'll give you a really stupid example. Had a guy living on base. And this is sometimes when the military does things, they don't think it through too well. So here was McConnell Airplane Patch. The way McConnell Airplane Patch was is McConnell AFB, right, is on one side of Rock Road, housing's on the other. This was DOD run housing. And then what they did is they decided that they were going to turn this over to a contractor. Well, in the regulations, it states if the Department of Defense housing ever sells or leases out your base housing to a contractor, if you are eligible to live on the local economy, you are allowed to live on the local economy, and you will be paid for a ditty, a do-it-yourself move. And in this one particular instance, you have no limit. You have no weight limit because you're not moving to a new base. You're moving your shit out of your house into a new house on the local economy. Well, I get my staff sergeant. She comes to me and she's like, we have a problem. And I said, what's the problem? She said, we have a tech sergeant who just moved out of base housing into the local economy. And his Diddy, we owe him like $86,000. And I was like, ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way we owe somebody $86,000 on a move. So called him, told him, I said, hey, need you to come in, need you to make a statement. I'm also going to advise you, you need to go to the ADC. You need to go to the Area Defense Council and tell them you have to come in and make a statement. That's code word for don't come in here and make a statement without a lawyer, because then I'm going to have to fucking hem your whole life up. So he goes over to the ADC. He comes over. They make the statement. And I was like, okay, explain to me how you got to $86,000. And he's like, well, I make paver bricks. I'm like, the fuck you mean you make paver bricks? He's like, pulls out a piece of paper, puts it on the desk. He's like, I have authorization to have a second job. It's like, okay. It's like, I make paver bricks. Okay. You guys happened to move me when I happened to be in possession of like 40,000 pounds of paver bricks. And I was like, you better be able to prove you bought those paver bricks before we told you were moving, and that you had a mandatory delivery date after your Diddy. He pulls out the contracts. He's like, I bought all the material to make the paver bricks, these custom bricks with this custom stamping thing he did with them. He's like, I mix them, I make them, I bake them. I have like 5 kilns. I was like, how the hell did you get this shit here when you came here? He's like, I paid out of pocket. He's like, I loaded this shit up in a trailer. I brought all that stuff down here. I was like, no shit, really? He's like, yeah. I was like, I looked at my staff sergeant. I said, go pull his file from when he moved here. No shit. He moved like 62,000 pounds worth of stuff on a 11,000 pound weight allowance, and he ate the rest. He had all his weight tickets. So I said, I looked at everybody. I said, write him his fucking check. That's our dumb fuckness. He's completely legit. He'd bought all the shit, the concrete, the paver brick models, all the everything. And my boss was furious. My boss was like, there's got to be fraud in there somewhere. It's like, sir, there's not. It's just an example of when you move on the local economy to the local economy, there's no weight limit. It's the one time there's not. When my wife moved, I moved out to McConnell as an 01. I moved the household goods under me, but her base wouldn't release her. Losing unit wouldn't release her. So then she had to have, we had a baby. So we had like a portable crib. We had all the baby stuff. So she did her Diddy and they were like, well, you don't get both. And they're yelling at me. And I'm like, why are you yelling at me? That's filed under a completely different travel order number, a PCS order number. That shit's not mine. They're like, well, it's your wife. I said, no, it's not. It's Senior Airman so-and-so's. I'm Lieutenant so-and-so. That's a completely different military member. Why are you yelling at me? When they sat down, they're like, well, we've never seen it done this way before. I said, so what? You've never seen it done by a person who understands how the book works? All the shit she had to keep with her, you have to pay for separate. All the shit that came in the main household move, you have to pay for separate. I don't mind if people want to shit bad talk the military, but please do your homework first. Please understand. Just because we've done it for you 5 times in the past doesn't mean we should have. And by her making that video and saying it hasn't been a problem 5 times in the past, if I was still active duty, I would have an obligation to do a memo for record that said, it has come to my attention based on a TikTok video that I saw that we're not adhering to weight standards, and this costs us millions of dollars a year. So you're going to talk out your ass and fuck it up for everybody? Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, especially if it was her unit that was the reason for the separate move. Absolutely. I want to talk about this one.
You think your electricity...
The unseen side effect of all these language models, all these chat GPTs.
You think your electricity bill is bad now? Give it 6 months. Some people might need a payment plan just to keep the lights on. So here's what's going on. First, data centers. All those AI servers, they're sucking down electricity faster than Facebook sells your data. And all over the country right now, power companies are getting the green light to raise rates between 10 and 30%, blaming capacity and infrastructure cost. Second, our power grid is ancient. Utilities are dumping billions into replacing worn out equipment and adding new lines. And guess who pays for it? You do. The utility company passes that cost onto the consumer.
Okay, so the way he's like smiling and trying to turn this into like a gotcha thing, dude, it's not a gotcha thing. The utility company simply cannot afford to eat all of the costs of replacing all of the old equipment, putting in new lines. The utility company simply can't afford that. Now, like everything else, when you do new urban planning, should you do urban planning in such a way where the cost the cost gets pushed onto the new home construction? Yes. But this is where you start to run into like the brokered deals. Like the home developer says, because I'm buying the land, building the house, and I'm going to need, I think this subdivision is 277 houses. I'm going to run underground line because it makes the neighborhood aesthetic look better. But I need a tax break. Because if I don't get a tax break, then I'm going to have to sell the houses for more than they're worth. Which, as you know, a big problem we're having in America right now is the cost of housing. So, and this is what people don't get. If the land, I'm going to just use round numbers to make the example easy. If the land cost $50,000 and the building materials cost $150,000 and the labor costs $50,000 and the profit is $25,000. I would normally do 50, but that's going to make it really high. So that's 150. That's 200. That's 250. That's 275. But here's the problem. You have to sell the house for $275,000. But the house right now, today, the value of the house is technically only $200,000. Because these two things didn't add into the value of the home. Which is why, if you ever are going to buy a home in a subdivision, when is the best time to buy into a subdivision? At the very beginning. Because when you buy that first property at the back end of the fucking subdivision, you pay $275,000, and you know you paid $275,000 for a house that's only worth $200,000. But then over the 4 years that they're building out in phases, the price of the labor is going to go up, the price of the building materials is going to go up, and when they bump the next set of houses to $300,000, well, now there's been a $25,000 shift. your house is going to get market adjusted by $25,000 over 4 years, not including the other just gradual natural appreciation, because as it's been 4 years, the local community has improved the school, all these other things that start to happen, plus it's an established house. Sometimes people can't get funding for a build, but they can get a funding for a buy. Lots of things are going to happen. But the power company is going to say, well, wait a minute. You're trying to build a subdivision over here, and our nearest lines are over here. And this is exactly what goes on in my town right now. This is still Bob's farm. And Bob won't let us run cable underneath his farm. Bob won't let us build transmission towers on his farm. So if this had been turned into the subdivision, it would have cost about $8,000 per unit to tie into the electric grid. But now we got to go all the way the fuck down here, all the way around over here, to bring the first power to the corner of the subdivision, and you're starting your build from the back out, because that's generally how you do subdivisions. This $8,000 is now close to $20,000 per new unit that you want to tie in. Well, who should pay for this? Should the electric company pay for it? Or should the contractor pay for it and then split that cost among all his new houses? It was the same thing with I was going to buy my dad's house. I kind of really liked the location, but it doesn't have high-speed internet. So I contacted the internet company and I said, hey, I need to bring high-speed internet out to this place. And they said it's going to be $40,000. And I said to them, they sent me a contract. I sent a contract back with revisions. And they said, we don't agree to your revisions. What it was these are all, on average, 20-acre properties. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is about 50 acres. Let me get the distance because I remember the acreage. What the fuck? I don't know how to. I'd have to do the fucking math. But it was going to be 40. They had a line here, and none of these people had high-speed internet, so it was going to be $40,000 for me to run the line out to my house. And there were 5. So what they said was, if I run the line out, then they reserve the right to tie any customer into my line. When I sent the contract back, I said no. If I spend $40,000 to bring a line out to my property, I'm paying for a dedicated line. But if anybody wants to tie into my line that's already dragged out, then they can pay $7,000 to me because I paid $40,000 to bring the line out to my property. If they now want to tie into that, they only have to pay $7,000, which is ultimately what's their fair share. Because if we all paid into it, right, it wouldn't even be $7,000 each. Because if this person paid into it, they'd probably pay $4,000 to tie in, and then this would probably be $4,000 to tie in. So it would have been like $24,000 total versus $40,000. But since they got to come all the way out the line, well, the telecom company and I went back and forth a bunch of times. And they said, well, ultimately it's our line. I said, well, if it's your fucking line, you run it out to my property. And then I'll pay to connect to the street. And they're like, well, we don't have any interest in running a line because nobody wants high-speed internet. I said, so whose line is it then? Is it my line or your line? Because if I pay for it, that sounds an awful lot like it's my line. ultimately, they agreed after I decided to not move up there. Ultimately, it was, oh yeah, we'll agree to that. Because what they figured out was, if I pay the 40 grand to bring it out to my house, then all the people on my side of the street can tap into it. And that's all I was asking for. I was only asking for it to be divided among the 5 neighbors between me and the junction point. But now all the people on the other side of the street can connect to it. And then they can continue to run that line out to the next subdivision. But I've just cut $40,000 of their cost. So the guy's got like this smug attitude.
You think your electricity bill is bad now? Give it 6 months. Some people might need a payment plan just to keep the lights on. So here's what's going on. First, data centers. All those AI servers, they're sucking down electricity faster than Facebook sells your data. And all over the country right now, power companies are getting the green light to raise rates between 10 and 30%, blaming capacity and infrastructure cost. Second, our power grid is ancient. Utilities are dumping billions into replacing worn out equipment and adding new lines. And guess who pays for it? You do. The utility company passes that cost onto the consumer. Isn't that nice of them?
Well, yeah.
Third, we're still hooked on natural gas. So if there's not enough supply to meet demand, prices spike.
Okay, this is a big one because he's absolutely right. If there's not enough demand, demand is low, or demand is high, demand is constant. Demand is constant, supply goes low, price goes up exponentially.
Your bill takes the hit.
Well, of course your bill takes the hit. See, because this, again, one of the things we need to educate people on. Those costs are typically proportional, though. Depends. It depends. Because usage-based, yes, but if you're not familiar with what your utility company is allowed to do in times of supply crisis, is they're allowed to shift where your price breaks are. Meaning, and you know how this is, it says on your bill, for, like, yeah, you pay sewer based on your water consumption, which is why when you live in an area, a lot of areas will give you a meter for your outside spigot. So, like, for example, I should be using it. I never do because it's such a pain in the ass in this town. But I should have a meter on my outside spigot. So when I fill up my hot tub and I draw 400 gallons of water, I don't pay 400 gallons worth of sewer because I didn't run that through my house. I put it into a hot tub. It's just like when you water your lawn, you don't run that back through the sewer. But I'm talking the other way. If supply goes down, yeah, same with a pool. And if you have a pool, you absolutely need to see if they do a metered outside connection. And if they don't, if you have a pool, you also have to look around to see if it's cheaper for you to pay a pool fill company than it is for you to do it at your house. There's ethical concerns with that, but if the governments are going to continue to rob people blind, that's not one that I'm going to put on the front burner. But when it comes to like supply and demand issues, if they can't, like, we get it, everybody understands it in the summer. Power companies start screaming, hey, you guys can't be running your air conditioners at 68. You need to run them at 73 because we need to decrease the kilowatt load by this much. Well, if enough people don't agree to reduce their usage, then they'll send you out that message that says, according to your contract in surge time usage, your usage from here forward is going to be quadruple. It's carrot and stick. Commonwealth Edison, when I was a kid, they got fucked by this. They used to put you on a flat buy for the whole year. Well, then we had like 3 heat waves in a row, and people were on like this 3-year controlled buy. Do you think the people that were on a 3-year controlled buy turned up their ACs? Fuck no.
Therefore, no matter how careful you are, your wallet is covering costs you can't control.
Okay, he's not wrong. Your wallet is covering costs you can't control, but your wallet is covering costs that are yours to bear. Now, you've heard me talk about this over and over and over and over and over and over and over until I'm blue in the face. I love the idea of renewable energy, but it's fucking pointless to have windmill farms in the middle of Illinois when you were losing 30 to 35% in the transmission to Southern Illinois or Chicago. We don't have the room in Southern Illinois or Chicago to put in windmill farms. So somebody said, green energy, good. Let's put it all right here. Great. But then they're like, well, you said that you were going to generate this many kilowatt hours. And they're like, we do generate that, but you're only getting 65% of that. They're like, yeah. And we fucking told you that. It's not like they do this windmill energy loaded up on batteries and drive the batteries. No, you lose it at each transmission point.
So my question to you, should tech giants and utility companies eat some of the bill, or do we just keep paying while they rake in billions in record profits?
But see, this is the problem. Utility companies aren't raking in billions in record profits. They're raking in billions in record revenue. But it's like, why is Spirit Airlines about to go out of business? Why did Southwest Airlines have to change their business model? Why did Jo-Ann Fabrics just close all their stores? Because people don't understand the difference between revenue and profit. Obviously, everybody gets it when you talk about pre-tax and post-tax. How much do you make a year? 100,000. How much do you take home after taxes? 68. They get that. How much do you have? So if I say to you, how much do you get paid? $101,000 a year. What do you bring home after taxes? 68,000. State, local, property. I'm putting all your taxes in there. I'm not just doing federal. I'm doing federal, state, property taxes, fucking the little taxes you don't think are taxes, like your car registration, shit like that. And then I say, you bring home 68,000. I say, so you have $68,000 in your bank account from last year? They say, no, I have bills. Oh, so you have $68,000 in revenue. How much do you have in savings? 21,000. That's your profit. We don't take these terms and apply them to personal finance, but they're exact same fucking thing. But again, until we break this problem where we're like allergic to educating people. A data center typically purchases and operates their own transformer yards. It's a residential situation. The residents pay for that. A data center typically purchases and operates their own transformer yards, but not their own generation. Not their own generation capability. So people need to understand that. I know what you're saying. Because Boeing I was big on understanding the way Boeing did this. Boeing needed to bring more power to their transformer yard. And so our power in our town came from two directions. I think I've told you guys this in the past. Yeah, the last mile of distribution is paid for by the data center company. Absolutely. So what Grumpy Old Man is talking about is you as a homeowner pay your fair share. We're going to say this is the power plant, and we're going to jump this off here. And somewhere near to your residential area, you have a transformer farm. And then you have to pay from that also to there. So your linebacker fee, that's usually the phone one, but it's similar. You help the power company pay for the transmission from the power plant all the way to your house. But the big data center, what the big data center does is they don't want to be reliant on the power company to manage their transformers, their transformer change out, any of that. So the data center picks up the power right here, and then they're responsible for from here on, which means the data company is eating that cost. Also, the data center, when it was built, probably, in most cases, probably subsidized that piece of the line right there. Which means if a new subdivision goes in over here, well, let's say this is 10 miles. The data center normally subsidized this line so that they could have their own transformer farm where they wanted versus where the power company wanted to put it. But then the power company can tap off that line and go to the new subdivision. And then that is where everybody, and I hate to be crude, but this is where everybody is in like a 9-way circle jerk around the world, and you have no idea who's paid for what and where anything is. And this is where my complaint is. These guys get a tax break. They spend the tax break on this. The power company does a backroom deal to give them power cheaper. They have X number of kilowatt hours guaranteed before anybody else gets any, because the data center loses millions of dollars a minute that they're closed. Well, they don't lose millions of dollars a minute. They owe reimbursement to millions of dollars a minute to customers when the data center's closed. So they're a higher priority restore. And then the power company makes money because this was paid for. This was paid for with your tax break, which allows the power company to, and this is what pisses me off, the power company is going to tell the developer over here that you have to pay for this 10 miles plus this 5 miles, but this shit was already fucking paid for. That's my problem with it. We were making deals with communities to run on generator during high load times, so self-generation. Yeah. My town did one of the stupidest things about a decade ago. We have our own power plant, and we keep it functional. We are a weird town. We're a town with a utility company. We're a town with its own utility company, and they only handle the distribution. The local power company does all the billing. Ameren does all the billing, but the town handles everything from the transformer farm to the houses and the businesses, which is good because when we have a storm and a transformer goes out, it's usually fixed within 2 or 3 hours. One of these days I should take a picture of it. We have a bunch of generators in storage. I'm sorry, transformers in storage right up the road, which is good. But then we're also paying Ameren's line fee and our town line fee. But this is all the shit that we need to educate people on. The guy's not wrong in anything he said, but he's also not right. Like, I expect to have to pay to maintain the lines because I want power at my house. Now, I expect the utility company to do it in a way that's most advantageous for both of us, but my expectation is that I turn my lights on and I have power. My expectation is I turn my computer on and I have internet. Now, apparently around here, as you guys know, we're going to move in to the rainy, wet season, and where I live, the fucking the fucking water makes Charter go out here. Charter internet in my area is allergic to water. Now here's the other fucked up part, and everybody talks about this. Everybody talks about how these are bad. Everybody talks about how these are bad, right? Well, we have Charter, and they paid to lay all the infrastructure. And then we have Whisper, and they suck balls. And we have Frontier. And at face value, they look really good. Except, and again, I don't understand this shit, but Frontier provides the internet down here in Southern Illinois from Peoria. Which means if Peoria doesn't have internet, 2 hours away by car doesn't have internet. And their response is, well, we can't afford to run any more line. And we can't afford a leased line space from Charter. And Charter had a deal. Yeah, Frontier was just bought by Verizon, which means it's going to get even fucking worse. Now, a lot of people say, oh, well, the law says that they have to allow... No, that's what the law says they have to do unless at the local level they have a no competition, no use of our lines clause because they paid to put in all the infrastructure. Down here, Spectrum paid to put in all the infrastructure to all these subdivisions. And so if anybody else wants to use that infrastructure for like whatever their deal is with the city, I think there's one more year on the deal for this subdivision. Anybody else that wants to use the lines has to pay Charter. Well, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. People are like, monopolies are bad. Monopolies are bad when they're exploited. If I told you you would only have one option for internet for the next 20 years, but this was the max they could charge you by year for 20 years, and this is the minimum that they could deliver for the next 20 years, it's going to be a monopoly for 20 years, but that's a fucking really good deal. All of the houses in this subdivision, 277 houses, every single house came pre-wired. Every single one of these houses is pre-wired with every room in the house has a coax jack. Now, I know what you're going to say, but Jay, we don't need coax jacks anymore for every room in the house because we have streaming. And yes, I get that, but we didn't have that shit 20 years ago. So every room in the house came pre-wired for a coax jack. Now, when the guy came to my house, because my internet was fucked up, and I talked to him, I said, hey man, I got a question for you. I said, my wife has a bad spine. So I was only allowed to have 2 cable hookups in my house. But I had the shenanigans where I could... I didn't have to have a cable box. My TVs are all smart TVs. And because the guy came in, he looked at my TVs. He's like, oh, you have smart TVs? I said, yeah. He's like, so you don't need cable boxes? I said, no. He's like, well, you got to have 2 cable boxes for the plan you bought. I said, yeah, that's cool. I said, my wife has a spine problem. I want to put one TV downstairs. I want to put one in the loft for my daughter. But sometimes my wife gets bedridden. I said, other than running the cable around the corner, he's like, I'm going to show you this, but I never showed you this. And he opens up my box and he's like, all you have to do is, here's the one labeled loft, here's the one labeled downstairs, here's the one labeled master bedroom. All you have to do is take one of these out, put this here, you're good to go. I said, cool. He's like, you know what I'm going to do for you just because you were nice and you asked? All he did was reach into his pocket and he took out a 2-way splitter and he put in a 3-way splitter. He's like, you look like the kind of guy that probably already figured this out, so I'm just going to do it for you so you stay the fuck out of the box. He's like, now you have cable at 3 drops in your house. That was awesome. The houses all came pre-wired. Somebody had to pay for that. That was Charter. They sent a technician to every house as it was being built and pre-wired it. They had a deal with the contractor. That's not a bad thing. Like Grumpy Old Man says, monopolies can make it easy to get shit done, just like a dictatorship can get shit done, but you have to have controls in place. You got to have controls in place. And we have to teach people this. I mean, for fuck's sake, you probably played a game with your family when you were a kid. If your family did board games, you probably played a fucking game called Monopoly. You probably know more about the fucking economy and the world and society from a fucking board game than you ever learned in school. What'd you learn from Monopoly? That the rich get richer, the poor get poorer, and I have to keep running around the rat race for $200 a circuit and hope I don't end up in jail. That's it, folks. I can teach you life with the fucking board game Monopoly. By the way, if you own one property, here's the rent. If you own it with houses, here's the rent. But which rents are the most confusing to figure out? The fucking public utilities. That and people cheat.
You think your electric...
Let's see. Measles. We're going to talk about measles. We're going to talk about the measles outbreak.
Do you agree that RFK has been bought and sold and we are not getting what we voted for or what we have accepted?
Oh, no, it's way too early to say that. Way too early.
Is it? The major thing that's happening right now is RFK just stated publicly that measles vaccine is the only way to stop the outbreak.
He said it's the best way. Right.
Okay. Well, the best way, doesn't that kind of mean the only way?
No, in fact, just so you know, RFK has also rushed vitamin A shipments to the measles outbreaks, which vitamin A helps a lot. He's also rushed steroids, otherwise known as budesonide, that helps people breathe. Bobby Kennedy is the top leading public health official, and as the top leading public health official, it is proven that if the MMR vaccine does not hurt you, which it might, it actually is very effective at stopping the spread. However, there's serious questions about whether the MMR vaccine is dangerous or not. So what he said is factually true. He announced that there will be the largest study into the causes of autism in American history, and by September, we're going to get some real answers. I think the world of Bobby Kennedy, and just to be clear, he actually went and visited where the measles outbreaks happen, and he alone talking about vitamin A helping with measles, that alone is a major accomplishment. We would never hear that from public health authorities before. So I encourage you to trust the process. And
okay, the reason why you would never hear that shit about vitamin A is, again, I don't want anybody to get upset. I don't want anybody to get mad. I am not an anti-vaxxer, okay? I believe in vaccinations. I don't believe in vaccinations that haven't gone through the FDA protocols because, again, I shared this. I have Asperger's syndrome, so I am very much interested in any discussion about autism. My daughters are autistic. My spouse is autistic. We didn't know any of this shit until recently. 5 of my nephews are autistic. So I am very interested in figuring out where autism comes from. Okay, I have a personal stake in the matter. I don't believe for 1 second that vaccinations cause autism. You fucking hate anti-vaxxers. I don't hate anti-vaxxers. I hate generational anti-vaxxers who can't make an argument. And here's where I'm just going to give you a little, I don't believe vaccines cause autism. So here's my dad, okay? And here's my eldest brother. And all 3 of his boys are diagnosed autistic. His immunizations were in Europe. Here's my sister. Here's both of her boys. They're both autistic. All her immunizations were done in Europe. Now, I don't know if either of these 2 individuals are autistic. I don't know if this individual is autistic, but as a diagnostician, and you should never diagnose your own family, but gun to my head answer, yes, yes, yes. They're all autistic. Here's me. Here's my daughters. Boys. Those were supposed to be boys. Here's my daughters. My immunizations were done in the US, and they are all autistic. I don't believe that if you have a family that was separated by a continent or by an ocean, who had different immunizations, because the immunizations in America aren't the same ones in Europe. They do them differently. My brother has the 4 rings on his arm because his were done with the pneumatic air gun. He's old enough that they were still doing that shit. My dad has the 4 rings. The brother just above me only has the 2 because he got 2 of his immunizations in Europe. He got 2 in America. I don't know if he's autistic. Again, if you gun to my head answer, I'd say yes. With all that said, I am thankful as shit that we are finally doing a deep dive investigation into do vaccines cause autism? Because when the answer is fucking no, hopefully it will get rid of all the anti-vaxxers. Now, you have, well, we didn't just discover autism. Was it the polio one that left a big ass scar on your right arm? For the older people, yeah. Are you talking about the jab that's like about an inch long, about an eighth of an inch wide, and is a big keloid scar? Yeah, that was the old polio one. Now, I disagree with the idea that we just discovered autism. Okay? I disagree with the idea that we just discovered autism. Well, here's the thing. We didn't just discover autism, right? Okay, guys, this is that part of the show where I need academic non-attribution and retribution in order to say this. We didn't just discover autism. What we've done is we've just separated autism out from being retarded. And that's been an ongoing process because remember, we used to have words like retarded, stunted, idiot, gimp, moron. There's one more. And we used to classify those. Now, yes, we've just started putting a framework together for autism since 1943. But we also have this idea, and here's the belief that I want to put people into, and this is what we got to get rid of. This is what people believe. People believe that all autistics are down here, and then the highest functioning autistic is somehow below, right, the lowest functioning normal. And this isn't the fuck how it goes, because autism is not mental retardation. It is not a developmental disability. Autism is, first of all, not one big pool of people. Autism is 2 groups of people who are on a sliding scale variant. So we have this like low functioning autistic level 2. And then guess what? You have high functioning autistic level 2 that are going to be overlapped with low functioning autistic level 1 that's also going to be overlapped with, and wait for it, right? Wait for it, normal people. There's an overlap. But then here's the part that everybody got mad about. Over here, and the reason why we got rid of Asperger's syndrome is over here, right here, right here, were the people with Asperger's syndrome. But Jay, you just put them to the right of normal people. Yes. But the same person who's there, the same person, not the category, the same person will also be there. The same person will also be there. Because are you talking about academic intelligence or social intelligence or a different type of intelligence? Now, yes, I'm not saying Howard Gardner's his classification works. What I'm saying is, are you able to do academic work? Yes. If you have Asperger's syndrome, you're probably to the right because you have certain character traits. Are you able to engage with people socially? Yeah, with a lot of teaching and training and masking. Are you able to be empathetic? No, not really. That doesn't make you sadistic, because generally people with Asperger's syndrome don't hurt animals. But what happens is you just like, I'm pretty certain that the person that coined the phrase "such is life" and the person who coined the phrase "que sera sera," is savant still used as a term? That's a great question. I don't think it is. It's, again, they took idiot savant, and you take the word idiot and you attach it to savant, because in 99% of fucking Rain Man is great movie. 99% of situations, this person is one step above produce. But in the 1% of situations where their savant is, what they are a savant in, they are the best in the fucking world. Like the kid who was an idiot savant who played the piano. Never had a single piano lesson in his life. Never read sheet music in his life. Couldn't read sheet music. Could not read sheet music. But if you had somebody perform the piece just one time, for the rest of his life, he could play the piece. Nobody understands politics. Stop, guys. Couple of persons rule the world. You can't understand that, and they do with us what they want. My question for you is, I hate when people make statements like this. And I'm going to tell you why I hate statements like this. And I'm going to help you out real quick. Nobody understands politics, then why would I listen to you if your belief, if the belief you are projecting is that nobody understands politics, then why did you keep talking? Because, and I mean, it's an honest to fuck question for you. If nobody understands politics, right, this is indicating that you understand politics more than I do, and more than everybody else in my channel, and everybody else in the world. Your own statement, because this channel was about Ashes, right, but that has nothing to do with why you continued to talk today in politics. You said nobody understands politics, but then you kept talking. Stop being part of the fucking problem and start being part of the solution. If your true belief is nobody understands politics, that's fine. But you can't start your statement with nobody understands politics, have 3 dots, and then say, but I'm going to explain politics to you. You see the problem? I reject your entire premise. I reject your entire view of the world because it's contradictory. If you feel that way, then unfollow me and fuck right off. And stay out of politics altogether, because you have just admitted you don't understand politics. Now, me, on the other hand, I'm a little bit crazy. I think the fact that I studied politics as an undergrad, and I had no choice but to study politics for 9 years of my military career based on the jobs I had, I think I understand politics. I don't think I understand it at the highest echelons, but I think I understand politics. I also say that I understand politics, sociology, because I teach it, psychology, because I teach it, cultural anthropology, because I teach it, history, because I teach it. I have degrees in them. I have certifications in them, right? This is the problem with people. I decided to transcend covering a video game because I got tired of talking about a video game where you were being laughed at by the creative director. We all understand politics at a base level. It's needed to get along in the world. Grumpy old man, I actually disagree with you. I don't think enough people understand politics, economics, sociology, psychology. I don't think people understand them. And that's how we're in this fucking mess. What history about what? U.S. history, world history. Specifically, my primary focus area is early American revolution and the foundation of America. And then my global study was how the bubonic plague was actually instrumental in the dismantling of feudalism, because with a massive reduction in people with opportunities in the city that allowed serfs to leave the land, even though they supposedly belonged to it. Without the bubonic plague, I don't think feudalism falls for another 100 years. Which, if feudalism doesn't fall for another 100 years, then it pushes everything to the right. So, and then, of course, history of... I wasn't really a big fan of studying in China. I wasn't really a big fan of studying in Mexico, although as a one-off, blow-off semester, studying terracotta soldiers was great. Being in Oaxaca, Mexico was great, just to be exposed to a couple other cultures. Now, what I will say was studying in Egypt was absolutely amazing, because the first time I studied in Egypt, it was instrumental in getting Egyptian professors' opinions, which shaped the rest of my life. Egypt is located on the continent of Africa, but Egyptians do not consider themselves African. They consider themselves Middle Eastern. Without that semester, well, half a semester and then at the embassy, without that semester, I don't think it would be ingrained in me that we have 7 continents, but we have 8 geopolitical regions. In fact, we have 9 geopolitical regions, because nobody wants to count Central America. So it's kind of like where I have the opinion that building a wall on our southern border is an absolute waste of fucking time, because Mexico's never going to support that decision. So instead of us constantly trying to build a border on our border with Mexico, we should be talking to Mexico about building a wall on their southern border, because they don't want to be stuck with all of Central and South America. With all that study, what am I doing for a living? I've been retired for 7 years. What are you doing? I mean, well, what do you want me to say? I've been retired for 7 years. You're a web developer. I'm sorry that you can be replaced by Zencoder. Might want to start building up your skill set. Because you're like a year and a half, 2 years away from being completely replaced. So what am I saying? Education is super important, and we aren't getting any. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I am always saying this. I say this all the time, and I wish more people would listen to me. Education is the single most important thing, period. But instead, we are making excuses for our kids. I'm going to see if I can get the meme real quick. See if I can get this meme real quick, because this is where, yeah, right here. This is where we went fucking sideways. This is where we went sideways as a society. It's this picture right here, and it's not even the 2000s, right? This is like the 1950s through the 90s, right? When the school used to have parent-teacher conferences, after the first quarter grades. Your parents would have to go to the school, sit with the teacher. The teacher used to give the parents your report card, and then if you had bad grades, the parents would say to the kid, "You explain these bad grades." But now, the teacher sends bad grades home for little Johnny, and little Johnny's parents come up and yell at the teacher. Now, I had this as a teacher before 9/11. Well, after 9/11, but before I left for the military. I had parents come in and they would say to me, "Why does my kid have a C in social studies?" "Oh, that's easy," because I made a little like rubric sheet. "Oh, why does your kid have a C in social studies or a D in social studies?" Number one, Your kid has 9 missing assignments. I have left 7 phone messages with you because I had a rubric sheet on every kid for every quarter. Big section, parental contact. I've sent 5 letters home. I've mailed 3 letters home. So you tell me why Johnny has a D in social studies. By the way, I'm also Johnny's reading teacher. Johnny has an F in reading. Johnny is in 7th grade in month 3. So Johnny should be reading at 7.3 level. Johnny reads at 4.1. I've sent this home to you every week. Your kid is going to be a failure in life because your kid can't read. If you cannot read in the 7th grade, you can't do anything in the 7th grade that isn't spoon-fed to you. You cannot read in the 7th grade and be good at math if the math teacher teaches all the math on the board. You can be good at chemistry, physics, if the teacher does all of the teaching. But you can't be good at literature, English, reading comprehension. Yeah, joke's on me. The parents can't read the letters I sent home. Wolf Agar, you're not joking. So you know what I had to pay for out of pocket? I used to pay the high school kids to type the letters in Spanish for me. Because I could write in Spanish, but I couldn't do it effectively enough. I could write in academic Spanish, which a lot of people told me gets the message across, but not the meaning across. Plus, I was trained in Castellano, which a lot of Mexicans, it's a lot like, what do you mean by this? It's just like Brazilian Portuguese versus Portugal's Portuguese. Like, you can get the overall meaning, but you can't get the nuance. So I used to pay the high school kids to type the letters up for me. Am I insane for thinking participation trophies were the beginning of the end? That feels like the first time we decided that every kid should get something just for showing up. And then Grumpy Old Man says, honestly, I feel that was the initial phase of inclusion. Here's the thing. We have got to stop pretending that every kid is equal. If you want to look up something that would be great for American education, it's the Montessori method. Right now, the way we teach kids based on age grouping. So we teach kids, so 7th grade is 12 and 13-year-olds. The problem with this idea is that your biological age has absolutely no relevance to your academic ability. And here's why. My daughter is 12, but in reading, she already reads at the 12.9 grade level. And the only reason why we don't know how high she actually reads is because the program they use to measure it only can give you a 12.9. Everything that is 12.9 plus. Now, what this would mean is for my kid to actually be getting any education, my 12-year-old should be in senior high school lit. But my 12-year-old is probably doing math at the 6.3 or 6.4 level. My kid's not ready to go to senior year in high school because my kid's penmanship is about 2nd grade level. So my kids should not be made to do a bunch of bullshit worksheets that all the other kids are going to do for reading because my kid reads a book, takes the test, gets 19 out of 20 right on the reading comprehension part of books that are 6th grade levels above her. So if you're getting a 95% on work, 6th grade levels above you, you're probably okay. But my kid, instead of sitting there doing bullshit worksheets, should be pulled out for penmanship class. Because and I don't mean penmanship, I don't mean cursive, right? I don't mean cursive. I mean her printing is fucking, I could dip the feet of a chicken in ink and have it run across the page, and it would have more properly spelled legible words than my daughter's handwriting. The problem here is people don't understand politics because they're never taught it. What was the sole for 99% of you, the sole exposure you had to politics prior to college was in America? Okay, not 99% of you, because a lot of you are foreigners, you're Canadians, I don't know your school systems. 99% of the Americans, the sum total of your political exposure prior to college was the American Revolution, the Declaration of Independence, the Articles of Confederation, the Constitution, and then the 2 Constitution tests you took, where all they did was drill into you the answers to the bullshit 50 questions. In some way, shape, or form, when I taught at a high school, I was required in political science class, where, I'm sorry, not political science class, civics class. How are kids supposed to know? How are kids supposed to know anything in politics if you don't explain it to them, when people don't even follow the templates that they're supposed to follow, right? And I'm going to show a video on this for conservatives versus liberals. So if you know anything about the standard politics, right? The standard body politic is that if you're lesbian, you're supposed to be a Democrat, you're supposed to be on the left, and you're supposed to be a liberal. If you follow the standard presentation of mainstream media, a lesbian is supposed to be a Democrat, left, liberal. So let's listen to one of them and see what they have to say.
Hi, conservatives. Real quick, sorry for jumping on your page here, but can you all do me a favor? I'm getting told constantly by my fellow LGBT that you guys hate me. As you can see from these comments, which is weird that they say the exact same thing. I am constantly told that because I am a lesbian, you hate me, that you guys don't like me. But I think they're just mad because I choose to be politically moderate and I'm not conforming to the left and their ideas. Which, how weird is that the people who praised nonconformity and free thinking and individuality are against nonconformity, individuality, and free thinking. Odd. But can you just do me a real quick favor? If you hate me, let me know. If not, just like this video or comment. I don't know. Help me out here. Thanks for letting me hop on.
The very fact that a person has to make a video like this is absurd. Right? Is fucking absurd. And the reason why I say it's fucking absurd is because even people who know me, even people who have been a part of my community for years, they make the same mistake, right? They make the same mistake with labeling things. And I'm going to show you, and this is where people, like, you can't do this. You can't do what I want to do, or you can't do what I do if you want to grow as a creator, right? A member of my community who joined me for video games and has now since stayed for other things said on my video about, do white people need to be uncomfortable to create meaningful change? I put a video out because a guy made a video and he says, why is it white people have to be uncomfortable before they want to make any meaningful change? So I made a response video to it. And one of the very first things a longtime member of my communities has said is the most left-wing take I've ever heard from Jalon, and I 100% agree. I'm going to ask you for a favor. Please never, ever label anything I say as left-wing or right-wing. I'm not a divisionist. I'm not on the left and I'm not on the right. And fixing racism doesn't belong to the left or the right or the center. It belongs to everyone. When you say something is a left-wing take, you assign ownership to morality, and then you have to have opposition. Take Washington, D.C. right now. Do I agree with President Trump's intentions? Yes. His methods? Abso-fucking-lutely not. We have Democrats protesting the intention. Don't protest the intention, protest the methods. As soon as you get over opposing the intention, then you can have a discussion about how you're going to fix it. You can have a discussion on the methods. Right now, you've got Donald Trump threatening to send the National Guard into Chicago. And a lot of people are saying, yes, it needs to happen. No, the motherfucker does not need to happen. First of all, it's illegal. Posse Comitatus states the president cannot send the military anywhere in America to do, well, technically, Posse Comitatus says the president can't send the American military into America for any reason, period. What you do, and I've had this happen, except DC, no. That is such a confusing, convoluted ball of wax. No, Congress is supposed to have authority over DC. But the way all the DC fucking procedures were written, they were written by our predecessors who assumed people would only get smarter and better as time went on, not fucking worse. Right? So, yes, maybe sort of, not exactly. But what the president can do in every other location except DC, because DC is its own ball of wax, the president could offer Governor Pritzker active duty military members if they wanted to go in and clean up Chicago. And then Governor Pritzker could contact the mayor of Chicago and say, hey, do you want National Guard troops to come in and help restore order? And if he says yes, then what the president does is call the Air Force and say, hey, you're like reasonably the closest location with active duty military personnel. I need you to, no, well, hold on, I'll grab that one in a second. You're the closest military installation to Chicago with an active duty contingent. Can you send 2,000 people to the Illinois National Guard or the Illinois Air National Guard and give me the list of names, and we'll cut them under orders that put them under the command of the adjunct general of the state. Once that happens, when you're cut over, the president is no longer your commander-in-chief because you're not federalized anymore. You're on a different flavor of order. You take your orders from the adjunct general, who has the authority to deploy troops on behalf of the governor. Now, you said you could deputize them. Oh, this is another one of yes, no, not exactly. Yes, security forces, military police are often deputized. It's because they need to be able to go around the perimeter of the base. They need to be able to chase people off the base into the civilian world. A deputized military member is still on Title 10 orders. And this is where the language gets convoluted. If the military police are chasing a suspect off of the base, you don't want them to have to stop at the yellow line and let the person get away. Which is why security forces are normally deputized for the counties that their base are in so that they can maintain pursuit. But they're still on Title 10 orders at that time. Because remember, and it doesn't matter what's going on in the world, as a military member, you are always on your orders. It's a little bit different with reservists and guardsmen. Like, for example, you're an active duty military member and you're on leave for 30 days and you decide to do ecstasy and somebody sees you doing ecstasy, well, your commander can call and say, return from leave immediately, and then he can piss test the whole squadron. Can't piss test you, can piss test the whole squadron. Well, they can do that. If you're a reservist, on the other hand, and you're not actively on orders, then somebody could see you doing ecstasy and they could say you need to report for orders, and there's a lot of ways to say no. It's the same thing. You're on leave from the military and you commit a murder. You're under the jurisdiction of the military. Doesn't matter that you were on leave. Now, the state could keep the case, but 9 times out of 10, they want to kick the case. Because, number one, they don't want to spend the money. Number two, the military has a much better, on paper, a much better prosecutorial system. If you're a reservist and you commit a murder and you're not on orders, the military can't even take the case if they want to. If they try, you just say, I wasn't on orders at the time. I was Mr. J, not Sergeant J. But that's why DC is so fucked, because DC is supposed to be under the purview of the mayor, who's under the purview of Congress. But do I disagree with the intention of cleaning up DC? No. Is it a fucking embarrassment when world leaders go to our nation's capital and we've got homeless? Yeah. But here's the problem. I don't want to wage a war on poor people. I want to wage a war on poverty. I don't want poor people to exist. That doesn't mean I want to put them into a wood chipper. I want to fix whatever the fuck has gone wrong with society to a point where we don't, A, have poor people, B, we don't have people who live in poverty by choice. There are people who just give up. It's like I said on Monday's show. You've got a mom struggling to feed her kids. But the moment her kids get taken away from her, you're going to take her kids to a foster home and you're going to write the foster home a check for all those kids, the prorated amount for the rest of the month. And usually, like, it's the 13th, so it's before the middle of the month. So what's going to happen is you're going to take those kids to the foster home and you're going to do 500 divided by 31 times 17. You're going to write the foster home a check for $274.19. Let's say you take 3 kids from the mom. You're going to give the foster mom $951. Well, imagine the mom who's struggling if she just got $350. So why do we live in a society where there's enough money when we take the kids away to take care of the kids, but there's not money to help people? Now, with that said, we also have the fucking problem that people live in poverty and they choose to live in poverty to manipulate the system. Mom and dad never get married. Dad owns the house. Section 8 leases it to mom. So mom's paying $400. Section 8 is giving mom $800 a month. Dad lives in the fucking house, but not on paper. He just resides there. So dad owns the building. His limited liability company is renting it to the mother of his children. He's getting the equity paid. 66% of the equity is coming from the state. Mom is getting food stamps, SNAP, EBT, WIC, all these subsidy aids. Meanwhile, you see them get out of the car. They're all wearing $200 Jordans. They all got fucking iPhones, and dad's driving around in an Escalade. Well, why don't we have money to investigate that? Why is it when you report that shit, it never gets reported? Why is it that we know the problem exists, but it's like fucking magic? It's like vanish. We can't ever find it. Because we want to talk about the problem, but we don't actually want to fix it.
Conservatives.
We want to blame, like, a lesbian can't be a Republican, apparently. Like, everybody says, oh, the fucking Republican billionaires. Well, J.B. Pritzker, I like him, hate him, whatever. J.B. Pritzker is a billionaire, and he's the governor of Illinois, and he's a Democrat. Not every billionaire is a Republican. Not every billionaire is a conservative. Not every billionaire is anything. Not anything of anyone is anything. You just heard. There's a lesbian who identifies as a moderate. But we don't even talk about... When do the moderates get their 15 seconds of fame? When do the radicals? You've got liberals and conservatives. But we also have moderates. We have anarchists. You know, we have all shades and figures, but we don't talk about them. So it goes back to we will never fix our country unless we educate our citizens. We can't do it. It's not going to happen. I don't want to re-show that one. I do want to talk about this one, though.
Here's a hot take. I think we should overturn gay marriage. I think we should get rid of straight marriage right with it. Because every time this conversation happens, nobody seems to talk about the role of government in marriage. Marriage is essentially a contract. When you divorce, you sue for divorce because you're dissolving a contract. But for some reason, this is a magical contract. Not for some reason, for historical reasons. But let's face it, it's been a while since people married to bring peace to a kingdom. These days, they do it for the party, or whatever other reason you tell yourself it's for. But why is the government involved? Why do we care who gets to do it? How is it not just like any other contract? Oh, it's because you have to be 18 to enter into a contract. Oh, yeah, no, we should get rid of that too. Marriage should just be a contract, like the usual ones. Like the government gets to oversee the legality of the contract and the dissolution dispute through the courts, and that's it. Gay, straight, I don't care. Just write up your contract, sign it, you're married. Should have been a contract lawyer.
Other than throwing in that 18-year-old thing, because technically 18-year-olds can't enter into contracts. Technically anybody under the age of 18 can't enter into a contract unless it's one of the exceptions. Like, you can be 17 years old and take out a student loan that's going to fuck you for the rest of your life. You can get a car, but you can't necessarily, because most states now, because of the way insurance law works, your kid can't go get their driver's license without your signature. And if they do, you just go back to the DMV and you say, you have to invalidate the license because I didn't agree to put the kid on my insurance. That becomes a whole nother hoopla. Personally, I think it's fucked up that we live in a country where you can sign up for gender altering surgery at 14, but you don't know high school algebra. Your parents can approve you to be married, depending on the state. Like, I knew people that were married in high school. She was pregnant, boy was 18, she was 17. Parents, Irish Catholic, the parents are like, you two are getting married. That's the end of the discussion. So you've got a 17-year-old girl in high school. She's already married and she's pregnant. She, yes, she wanted to get married. Yeah, so saith my shotgun. But I told you one of the worst 3 or 4 weeks of my life was I was 24 in tech school in the military, and one day I got called down to the head MTL's office. MTL is military training leader, ultimately your boss. And there's a girl standing there, and she's got a name tag, like the plastic ones that you put on with the safety pin, and it says minor. And I was like, sir? He's like, welcome to your new obligation on Friday nights. It's your job to take her out. Any running around she needs to do. You got to sign her back in with the night shift MTL. She's got to be back by 11. Hold on a second. Let me get this fucking straight for a second, just so I can understand the world I'm living in, sir. She's wearing BDUs right now. She's got a common access card. She has raised her right hand, sworn to defend the Constitution with her life. But because we're in Texas and she's still only 17, she has a fucking curfew. And not only that, we're going to enforce that stupid ass curfew. And he was like, yeah. I said, all right. I looked at her and said, come with me. I'll introduce you to my group of people. She was in my squadron, so I was the student head of my squadron, so she was my responsibility on Friday nights. I didn't ask why she wasn't my responsibility on Sunday nights or Saturday nights, because I wasn't going to ask that question. She probably was told, the guy will take you out and about on the local economy, Walmart, whatever you need to hit up. Him and his group of people don't get in any trouble. And then, squad leader duties as required. And then he probably told her, though, on Saturdays, we have the BDU club. You go there. That's your Saturday. And she was cool. She was quiet. She was a nice kid. And I called her a kid. And the reason why I called her a kid is I was 24 and she was 17. I called her a fucking kid. I think at the end of the day, the reason why I got assigned the squad leader duties is because I had a girlfriend. Well, I had a fiance back home. Shouldn't call her a girlfriend. Give her the right title. I had a fiance back home, so plus making her my responsibility meant he was probably like, if I give it to any of the younger guys, they'll try to get in her panties. But he's 24, she's 17. That shit ain't gonna happen. Let's see. You have a question. Just today, the news mentioned that the U.S. national debt has increased. If it was you mentioned being fiscally conservative. Where would you cut funding and where would you add funding? And how do you minimize leakage, shrinkage? Yeah, not if he's smart and he appears he is. No, that's a great question. So first and foremost, a lot of our national debt isn't actual debt. It's money shifting around. And if you saw the movie Hackers with Johnny Lee Miller, the problem is a lot of our debt is debt on paper, but it's money just moving around. Now, number one, the first thing I would do is I would stop all foreign aid. I would stop absolutely every single I would stop every single piece of foreign aid. Not that I don't think foreign aid can be very, 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 very valuable. But we have 1 in 6 American children are living in poverty. And as long as 1 in 6 American children are living in poverty, right? I'm not giving $1 to any other fucking children in the world because there are American tax-paying parents who have their children living in poverty. Number 2, right? I would abso-fucking-lutely drain the swamp. You can't do this as the president, so the only way to fix this is you literally have to appoint, you have to have a Lucius Quintus Cincinnatus. You have to turn over all the absolute power of the empire to one guy to fix these problems. For example, as I told you once, when I got to my first base, right? I was in this remote building. This was the command building. And I had a routing sheet with 40 plus locations that I had to take my orders to, right? And I had to go all over Helen Creation. And 26 of these locations right off the bat had nothing to do with my orders. Well, remember, the US government is like this. We literally have people, and I wish I was fucking joking, but I'm not. We have people with a job title called the executive assistant to the assistant executive. We have turned the fucking American government into a poverty wheel except for the upper middle class. Number one, we pay Congress people to fly back and forth to their constituency multiple times a year because they don't want to take their scheduled breaks, because the Constitution says when Congress is on an official recess, the president gets these powers. Well, if your fucking job is to be in Washington, D.C. unfucking everything, you're not flying home to your constituency. And the more you fuck around and you're not back home politicking, you're being replaced. I don't think members of Congress should be able to leave Washington, D.C. once the session starts if we don't have a budget. Not a continuing resolution, a budget. Number two, I would rewrite the Constitution. I would absolutely rewrite the Constitution, and what it would say is it would absolutely say we have to never be outside of 3% of the GDP in tolerance to our budget. We are going to balance the budget, because what we're going to do is either 3 or 5 years, we are not going to raise expenditures. There is going to be a complete freeze. And yes, federal workers, what that means, for 5 years, there can't be any raises. For 5 years, there can't be any promotions unless you're replacing somebody who dies or retires. The only upward mobility you can have is replacing deaths and retirements. The reason why is, if you find a position that's no longer needed and a person has the ass in a seat there, get that ass out of that seat, free up that money. Now you freed up the money and now you can do things with it. Give me 1 second. Okay, so make Congress critters all put their money in a savings account and get annual interest on performance based against the budget. Of course, no one would run for Congress. No, here's the thing, man. I'm going to disagree with you on that. I don't give a shit if Congress critters are making their money. I don't care. And I'm not trying to be flippant about it. But with all the other problems we have, I don't give a shit about that. Because that's like worrying about the apples that have already fallen off the tree when 99% of the apples are already on the tree. Let's pick the low-hanging fruit first. The next thing you said, why did I take the question off? The next thing is, there would be no more colors of money in the government. Money is green. Do you know how fucking annoying it is to try to be, but it seems like that would be the only way to hold themselves accountable for staying on budget? No, it's real simple. Ready? If at any time the national budget isn't within 3% of the GDP, all sitting members of Congress immediately become ineligible for re-election. You think we won't have a balanced budget then? If the budget you pass is outside of 3% of the GDP tolerance, you can't run. Period. You have failed. Congress's chief job, as prescribed by the Constitution, is to be in charge of the purse strings. Once we fix that, because again, what we're gonna do, let me see if I can get a real quick number. Okay, so in 2023, I only want to use 2023 because 2024 has erroneous data in it. Apparently 500 billion people $500 billion worth of taxes weren't collected in 2024. That's a story I'm currently looking into. So we brought in 4.7 trillion in 2023. And of course, as you know, we spent, in 2024, the federal budget was 6.8 trillion. So the money you raise in 2023 is the money you have to spend in 2024. Well, as you can see, this right here was a deficit that should be a $1.8 trillion deficit, if I've done my numbers correctly. It's a 2.1. So there's something off with my numbers, but that's okay. What this represents right here is a $2.1 trillion deficit in one fucking year. I'm going to say fucking year, but on the screen it's fiscal year. Okay, here's our issue there. If we have a $2.1 trillion deficit in just one single year, how are we ever going to balance the budget? Because if you're only making 4.8 and you have a $2.1 trillion deficit, then you've just spent half as much as you're going to make. If nobody could live like this. The next thing, like I said, no colors of money. Do you know how annoying it is when you have colors of money and you're sitting there trying to, like, okay, I got to get a new building built, but I don't have any Sabre funds. I don't have any new construction money. I don't even have any design money. But what I have a lot of is war readiness money, and I'm out of cycle for 18 months on war obligations. Well, if I'm out of cycle for 18 months on war obligations, how the motherfuck did I get assigned any war obligation money? See what I'm saying? Why would you give the base? Why would you give me money for something I'm not tasked to do? So what we're going to do is we raised 4.3 trillion in 2023. So this is all we're going to spend in 24, 25, 26, 27. We're going to run the government on this much money for this many years, because we're only talking about this at this point anyway. So we're going to run the government on $12.9 trillion for 3 years. But we're going to keep collecting the money as projected. And every fucking scrap of extra money we collect can only go to pay down the national debt. Now, what we're also going to do is we're going to throw the entire fucking world economy into chaos. If you want to know where I'm getting this idea, watch the movie Margin Call with Jeremy Irons and Kevin Spacey, where the turmoil is going to start, and we think it should start today, and I think it should start with us. We are going to call in every scrap of debt, and we are going to tell the world in the next 90 days, we are calling all of our debt. After 90 days, you can call ours, because what we want to do is we want to take the pain out of everybody's books. So in a lot of those situations, it's that Three Stooges, hey, you owe me 10. Well, you owe me 10. Well, you owe me 10. Well, here's the 10 I owe you. Here's the 10 I owe you. Here's the 10 I owe you. Right? And I'll just make up some numbers here. But you got the US, you got China, you got England, you got Mexico. We owe China $3 billion. China owes us 1.1 billion. So what we're going to say to China is, okay, right? You owe us 1.1, we owe you 3. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to peanut butter smooth this, right? We now owe you 1.9. We're going to get rid of this entire line altogether. We're going to get rid of this entire line altogether. We're going to make this, we owe you 1.9 billion. Mexico owes England $1 billion. England owes us $1 billion. We owe Mexico $1 billion. So what we're going to say is, England, if you wipe Mexico's debt to you, we'll wipe your debt to us. Then we're not shuffling money around, but every government gets to take debt off of their books. Now, The United States is owed 33% more money globally than we owe other people. And I'm not interested in putting the squeeze on countries that can't pay and haven't been able to pay. And I'm not a fucking predator like any of the presidents we have had. Not that type of predator. Where I'm going to say, oh, well, since you can't pay us, you owe us replacement in kind. I don't want to do that. All I want to do is have a 33% correction to the global economy books. But Jay, that's going to reduce stock prices. Jay, that's going to reduce economy prices. Jay, I understand. I get it. At a macroeconomic level, I fucking get it. But what most MAGA Republicans don't get, they keep quoting this fucking tariff chart. And they don't understand the tariffs raised $100 billion, and it was fucking American businesses that paid that. Foreign countries do not fucking pay the tariffs. They only pay the tariffs on the products they import from America, and they pay that tax to their own fucking country. The problem is you got 535 members of Congress who all want to fuck the budget. They all want to get a piece to it. The other thing I would do, it would not be possible for a state to pay in more in federal tax money than they get back. That is the dumbest shit I have ever heard of. What would happen is the state would no longer be responsible for federal infrastructure management. The fucking federal government would have to take back over. You wouldn't have the state of Illinois having 299 construction projects with like 100 of them being federal bridges, roads, railroads, shit like that. The federal government would show up and they, with the Army Corps of Engineers, you know, that group of bastages that we put together to maintain all this shit in the first place? The Army Corps of Engineers would show up and they would tell the state of Illinois, on this date, we're closing this road because it's a federal road and we're fixing it. And we're not doing this shit where we're going to tear up 45 miles of road for 4 years. We're going to fix from off-ramp to off-ramp. So you can reroute around us. Well, we don't agree. It's a federal fucking road. It's a federal fucking road. I don't need you to agree. We're closing the road on this date at this time at this off-ramp. Don't give a shit about what your opinion is. Because we're going to close the whole damn fucking road. You reroute your traffic and that's a you problem. Because I will tell you right now, if we activated the fucking interstate highway for a military movement, that shit would be closed on every fucking ramp from here to destination. So instead of, because you guys know what I'm talking about. Y'all fucking know what I'm talking about. And don't pretend like you don't. I know I'm a radical when I say this shit. Here's mile 1, here's mile 25. And your local government tears up both fucking directions. So they have 50 miles of road torn up, and it's a 4-year project. Look, man, I've been a fucking project manager fucking 20 years. This is just fucking dumb. Now, if you have a water problem, and the only solution, right? The only solution is that you have to do remediation work in the middle, then I get it. Then I understand. But you don't have to tear up 25 fucking miles of the road. Here's mile 1. Here's the first off-ramp at 2. Okay? If there's no way around this due to this being on the state border or this being a bridge or some shit, then that's an exception. That's a singleton. But if it's not, if this is just a piece of road, let me go back a state. If this is a piece of road at mile 299, there's an off-ramp, and there's a frontage road or Bob's Road or whatever road that takes you to off-ramp at mile 2, then what we're going to do is we're going to, from mile 1 to mile 2, we're going to fix this over the span of 2 days. Then we'll reopen this up, the off-ramp here, miles 2 through 7, because this is the next off-ramp. We're just going to fix off-ramp to off-ramp. Done. No more fucking bad as fuck cash cow road construction projects. We're just going to get the shit done. And you know how you're going to get the shit done? Because you're going to open up the Army Corps of Engineers and the Army and Air Force Civil Engineering and Army Civil Engineering and Navy Seabees, and they're going to get fucking orders that tell them, and listen to me here, necessity is the mother of innovation. Hey guys, you've got 25 miles of road in Illinois to get done, and you're going to be living in tents. No, we're not putting you up in a hotel. We're going to build Tent City. You're going to be living in tents. The faster you fucking work, you think those motherfuckers want to live in Tent City for 5 weeks? Those motherfuckers, it'll be like 4 o'clock in the morning and someone will be like, shit, has Jay even slept yet? Jay, get the fuck out of there. I got 2 more clock hours. Dude, you're falling asleep. Then get me a coffee, bitch. Sun's coming up. I know, that's my bedtime. You think those guys would want to be, if you put them in a hotel, they're going to work 8-hour days. They're going to be OFOing. You put them in a fucking tent city, them motherfuckers will run 24-hour shifts. Well, what about the disruption to the local area? Oh, that's why we're working 24-hour shifts. How many of you, like, if any of you live near Terre Haute, Indiana, or driven past Terre Haute, Indiana? Terre Haute, Indiana's been the same fucking patch of road's been under construction for 7 years. I wonder why we're $7 billion over budget. Oh, I fucking wonder too. That fucking funded high-speed train out in California, $100 billion over budget. Well, that's the problem with our government. We dole it out like candy. $100 billion here, $100 billion there, $400,000 for a bus stop, $1 million for a bus stop. When I saw that, California, $1 million for a bus stop, not a bus fucking station, $1 million for a bus stop. I can build a bus stop for $50,000. And I'm not joking. I could build you 20 bus stops for $1 million. 26 years ago when I was in college, my professor got copies of the federal budget for a class that we were doing. Going through it, a pork rider from California, $400,000 for a school district so they, in their home economics class, they could specialize in teaching how to make hors d'oeuvres. The fact that you can spend more money than you have, crazy going over budget, ain't my buddy, who cares, so sad. Well, here's the problem. New York City. New York City's governor. Let me see if I can get this statistic real quick. New York City's mayor wants to become a socialist city. Let me see if I can get this number. In New York City, this new mayor hopeful, there's 123 billionaires with a net worth of 759 billion. So I want you to realize that in New York City, they have 123 billionaires who don't even have double what Elon Musk has. Let's just put that. But they're paying something like 48% of the budget. I can't get the exact number. They're paying like 48% of the budget. And basically the mayor of New York has said, well, we're going to tax you more because you're billionaires. And you know what they've said? We'll just leave. So your budget is already failing and they're just going to leave. Mayor of Chicago has basically said, we have a $759 million deficit for the next school year. But in May, you gave $150 million to illegal aliens. Which, by the way, the federal government has said, because you knowingly and willfully took $90 million of COVID money and $60 million of other federal money and knowingly and willingly gave it to illegal aliens, we're just going to withhold $150 million in other funding. And guess what the next big disbursement that Chicago was waiting for? Education money. City of Chicago has said to the state, we need more money. State said, oh no, your predecessors wanted control of your school district, so that's a you problem. Which I don't disagree with. Chicago public schools are utter dog shit. I will put my hand on a Bible and I will swear to it right now. When I interviewed with the Chicago public schools, I went down, did my interview. They had a room with over 100 people in it who were teachers who had been removed from the classroom due to incompetence, but they couldn't be fired because they had tenure. How do you have that? How do you have more than 100 teachers that you have deemed can't go into the classroom, but they haven't committed an infraction that you can terminate their tenure? So you're paying, let's just do the number back in the era, $79,000 a year, 100 teachers. You're paying $8 million a year to have teachers sit in a room, watch TV, write their books. What I couldn't get is I was just talking to him. I was asking him for tips on interview techniques. I didn't know that they were fucking the losers. I didn't get explained. I didn't know who they were. I was asking for interview techniques. I was a young guy. The one guy, I was like, that looks like college level work. He's like, oh yeah, I'm a college professor at night. So then what are you doing here? He's like, I can't be in the classroom anymore. What? Yeah, they pay me to come here. I have to report to the headquarters building every day. I get paid to be here. The guy gets paid to be there on a laptop doing the work for his night job. Another person was writing a textbook. I'm sorry, are there not administrative tasks for the district that they could be doing? Using their backgrounds, writing curriculum for the Chicago Public Schools. This guy's writing his curriculum for his college class. Why isn't he reviewing, marking up the curriculum? Why isn't he grading papers? Why isn't he analyzing test scores? Oh, because he's useless. But we're going to pay him $79,000 a year because he has tenure. That's what's fucked up.
That's a hot take. I think
that's what's fucked up. Let's talk about this one.
We are now hearing from the German chancellor, who is calling for a full leadership meeting between a lot of European leaders and Donald Trump in Alaska. That's right. In an interview today, we heard the chancellor say, I will call President Trump. We're preparing on a European level for this meeting in Alaska together with the U.S. government so that President Zelensky is included. Adding, in any case, we cannot accept that in the matter of territorial question talks conducted or even decisions made between the U.S. and Russia without a European or Ukrainian participation. Saying, you're not going to talk about Ukraine without at least one of us here, because it seems like every time that Trump talks to Russia, he just goes along with what they say. He adds that, I assume that the U.S. government shares this view. This is why we have this closed discussion, referring to the conversations that took place yesterday and the many phone calls that took place after Witkoff's meetings. He added, "We cannot accept that the entire European security architecture is threatened by Russia. This is why there cannot be peace if Russia would be rewarded for aggression, which potentially encourages even more aggression." Which once again is true. We know that with Crimea. He ended with, "This is our message, and I'm grateful that we're in a close dialogue with the Americans. The talks in Alaska next Friday should not be without the results. There must be consequences, either by increasing pressure on Russia, or Russia admits by itself that this war cannot be continued."
How the hell is America gonna have a discussion with how the hell is America gonna have a discussion with Russia about ending the Russian-Ukraine war in Europe without the Ukraine and without any European leaders? I mean, this is going to get me in trouble, and I don't give a shit. For years and years and years, as a member of the military, when I was medical, I went on a lot of humanitarian missions. Do you know how pissed off I was? Coming from a place at Cook County Hospital, where my buddy spent 3 days in the waiting room, and that's not a fucking joke, and it's not an exaggeration. Cook County Hospital was so fucking bad that it was not uncommon to wait a day and a half to be seen, because they're a county hospital. That's where absolutely every person who doesn't have medical insurance goes. And when you were having shootings and stabbings, you get triaged in order. Meaning, if you're there because you're sick, you're never being seen. You're never being seen, because you're gonna sit at number 3 for hours if 5 gunshot victims come in, because medical triage states you don't get seen because the doctors are saving life, limb, and eyesight. But then we would go and we would set up humanitarian clinics in third world countries to try to win the hearts and minds of the local populace. Now, again, I'm not against helping poor people. I don't want there to be poverty. Every day in America, we throw out enough food to feed the world. Well, feed all the hungry people in the world. Not the whole world, but we throw out enough food to feed all the hungry people in the world. We have enough infrastructure to take care of everyone. But we don't. But I understand why we do it. I just don't agree with it. And that's where we kind of run into a problem, where people we have so much bureaucratic red tape. We have so much waste. And here's the problem. We have, like, what fucking killed me. I'll give you an example. I can't give too many names because I could get in trouble. But I worked at a place where I got assigned to a location that was supposed to have a GS-15. And then under that GS-15 was an assistant. And then there were 3 divisions that reported to that GS-15. GS-14 over here, GS-14 over here, GS-13 over here. Well, first of all, this is a bad organizational. This is bad for a lot of reasons. If you have 3 divisions, even if the workload here is less than the workload over here, all of your leadership should always be on par, because then if this guy wants to argue with this guy, it's not an equal argument. But then there was my division, which was I'm gonna break this line. My division did not report to this guy. My division reported to Virginia and then ultimately the Pentagon. We were just located there because this was the fuels lab. And we needed to work hand in hand with those people. My guys needed to be able to take the samples and run their own investigation on it. Well, I was there for 2 years. And a lot of this guy's job, right? I'm going to chop this piece off. Everything else got given to me. All of the Detco stuff was given to me because I was a captain. I could be a Detco. So all the building maintenance requests and all the meetings with the base and all the like utility shit and the dumpster shit and the parking lot and the plowing, all that nitnoid piddly ass shit that somebody had to take care of, that all got dumped on my plate. But for 2 years, nobody was doing this piece. For 2 years, nobody was doing this piece. So then, why after 2 years did we fill those positions? It's the same concept with what's going on in the Ukraine. Nobody is stepping up to be the world leader. We're in a fucked up world, ladies and gentlemen, when Germany steps up, when fucking Germany steps up and is the most moral country in the world in regards to Gaza. I don't know what the fuck flip script happened, but Germany said we're not going to sell any more weapons to Israel because they're just using them to fight their war. We're living in a fucked up world. I don't want to live in that world. Here's the other world I don't want to live in. Where's my notes about Gaza? Tell me that Israel isn't fighting an illegal war. Okay. This is going to shock you. Vietnam. In 20 years, 63 journalists died. In World War II, right? 69 journalists died in 7 years. Okay. In Gaza, 242 journalists have died in 674 days. Now, I don't want to throw any unnecessary shade here, but the majority of these deaths are attributed to the Israeli army. 50,000 plus children killed or severely injured. Another 25,000 plus children wounded, severely injured, loss of limb, loss of eyesight. How the fuck is the whole world not looking at Israel and saying, look, don't know what the fuck you got going on right now, but you might have an aiming problem. The chicken has lost its head and the whole world is watching it run around trying to decide if they should laugh or cry. No, JL, I think you have it exactly backwards. We're laughing at the body. I'm sorry. We're crying that the body is running around and we're laughing that it lost its head. And that's our big problem. I'm going to play a video. I think I've played it once before.
We are now hearing
but this is why we can't get meaningful change. This is why we can't have meaningful discussions.
Be authentic is a scam. Everybody that I watch online who is authentic, who is their actual true self, they never get anywhere. It's a bunch of small streamers who put up their clips or say things they think are funny, and they get no attention, they don't take off. But who does take off? It's the people who've learned how to, like, have fake lighting. It's the people who've learned how to talk the right way. It's the people who've learned how to hone those skills. It's pretty much, you have to do everything to make yourself inauthentic. So that way people will think you're authentic, and then they will have that connection with you because they say, we want authenticity, we want authenticity, we want authenticity. But I go ahead and make clips being sarcastic. Everybody calls me mean, you know? I go and make clips playing video games I like. They say you're old. I've had several people message me while I'm streaming to tell me that what I'm doing is boring and I need to stop doing it and do something else. Like, bro, you know, it's be authentic. What does that even mean to be authentic, right?
Like, that's the problem. Like, when people would say to me, they're like, my background is fake. No, I actually am a steampunk fan. This is real shit. No, this isn't a real library. I do that. The only reason why I have that there is I have to have something on the back wall to dampen the sound, because I'm in a non-square room. Yeah. In the past, people didn't buy the newspapers full of good news. They bought them for the tragedies. Everybody says that they want to hear good news. Everybody says that they want to hear good news. But what do people share? Do people share the good news? No, people don't share the good news. Oh my God, are you serious? This guy doesn't even know the fucking law.
Be authentic.
I have to do this real quick. Some of these files. Okay, how the fuck, how are we living in this world? How is this not a glitch in the Matrix?
Thank you, Mr. President. Your federalization of the police has a 30-day limit unless Congress acts to extend it. Are you talking to Congress about extending it, or do you believe 30 days is sufficient?
Well, if it's a national emergency, we can do it without Congress, but we expect to be to Congress before Congress very quickly. And again, we think the Democrats will not do anything to stop crime, but we think the Republicans will do it almost unanimously. So we're going to need a crime bill that we're going to be putting in. And it's going to pertain initially to D.C. We're going to use it as a very positive example. And we're going to be asking for extensions on that, long-term extensions, because you can't have 30 days. 30 days that's by the time you do it. We're going to have this in good shape. And don't forget, in the border, everyone said it would take years and you'd have to go back to Congress. I never went to Congress for anything. I just said, close the border. And they closed the border. And that was the end of it. I didn't go back to Congress. We're going to do this very quickly, but we're going to want to.
Wow, that sounds an awful lot like a dictator to me. I don't know what it sounds like to you, but that sounds very, very much so like a dictator to me. And it sounds like he's proud of being a dictator. And that's what scares me. It absolutely scares me because I saw a MAGA Republican talk about what was it? I saw a MAGA Republican talk about how George Washington had a lot more powers than he actually used. And if he had decided that he wanted to use these powers, he could have, but he never decided to. Well, what scares me about that really is that George Washington didn't have more powers that he didn't use. George Washington was afraid to wield the power of the presidency because he knew that every single action that he took was setting precedent. When it comes to the border, Donald Trump, and this, remember I said, a reasonable person is a person who looks at the whole situation and then is willing to say what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. Donald Trump doesn't need to go back to Congress when it comes to securing the nation's borders, because his mandate is national security. So he's not required, right? He's not required to go to Congress for every single thing that he wants to do when it comes to the border. He can choose to close the border on his own accord because multiple laws are already in the books that give him that authority. Now, the problem we get is when they decide to do things that they don't have the authority to do. And one of those things becomes setting up checkpoints oh shit, that's probably why. Setting up checkpoints where you've already crossed the border and you've been across the border for 50 miles and then they want to set up a random checkpoint. Well, that's probably not legal, right? That's probably bordering on, hey, stop it. That's probably bordering on illegal. You're deciding to set up a checkpoint because you're saying it helps make America safe. But you didn't really ask anybody. You didn't really get authority. You're operating in the realm of it's better to ask forgiveness than permission. Well, that's not a good way to function. That's a way to say, oh, what I'm doing is legal, except what you're doing isn't legal. What you're doing is not illegal. What's the difference between that and a DUI checkpoint? Really great question. One of them is a local law enforcement deciding they're going to do a DUI checkpoint, which their mandate is to ensure security at the local level. And one of them is Border Patrol, which is not supposed to have immigration checkpoints anywhere but at entry control points. If they want to set up, like, Border Patrol, not ICE, Border Patrol is kind of sort of implied in their name. They patrol at the border. I shouldn't run into Border Patrol in Southern Illinois. Because where's there a fucking border here? Where's there a foreign border? Now, if you're on the Canadian border, you might find them in all fucking towns in North Dakota, you know, all up there, upper Minnesota, upper Peninsula, Michigan. You might find Border Patrol up there. And I'd say that's fine. Because there's a fucking border there. There's a border over there. But I shouldn't run into Border Patrol in Southern Illinois. Now, ICE is a different story. But ICE doesn't have authority to set up checkpoints, which I would be okay with giving them. See, people keep talking about the problems being ICE picking up people when they're coming into, while they're getting out of their courthouse. I've always said this. I have no problem with the idea that I need to show an identification card before I even walk into the courthouse. I have zero problem with that. And the reason why I have zero problem with that is I don't mind going through a metal detector when I go to the courthouse. Now, I had one of those nifty kind of badges, like one of those around my neck after a while, where I didn't have to stop at the metal detector. I had done my security check. I could walk in. Now, I always opened up my Pendaflex. And I opened up my Pendaflex. Where the fuck is my Pendaflex? I don't know where it is right now. I always opened up my Pendaflex as a courtesy. As I walk past, I open it up. Because I have seen other people take items from their clients, like knives, and then throw them in their Pendaflex and then walk in and the metal detector goes off and they're like, no, you've got a badge. But then I've seen them give them their knife back inside of the secure area. And I've said to them, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, well, I don't have time to walk them out. Then you hold the fuck on to it. Because they're not supposed to have it back here. I don't have a problem if you have to show your ID to get into the courthouse. I do understand the Benjamin Franklin quote, those who would give up liberty for security lose both and deserve neither. I get it. But that quote was written at a time before the world was fucked up. Now the world is fucked up, which means I'm okay. Wait, what? I'm okay with understanding that our world is fucked. Like, you have to show an ID to get on an airplane. Guess what? I think that's okay. What I don't like is that I have to jump through 17 fucking hoops to get on an airplane. Meanwhile, immigrants have a ticket, a yellow ticket that lets them get on the plane. I also have a big problem with, and again, it's a big problem that's a little problem that's a big problem. I retired 7 years ago. My retiree ID is supposed to be good for 19 more years. But because of all the cocksmiths in the world, I now have to go get a new ID. The problem is, because I didn't know about the goddamn requirement, all the appointments are filled up until beyond when my ID is good, which means, thankfully, my 12-year-old can escort me onto the base to get my new ID. Does anybody else see a fucking problem with just the security setup, where I'm the retiree and I'm the sponsor of my daughter's ID card? But since I won't be able to get an appointment until after the 31st of December, when I do go on base, my daughter's going to have to bring me on base. So I'm going to have to put my driver's license out the window, my spouse's driver's license with our daughter's ID card, and say, she's escorting us over to the MPF. If you're going to make everybody get a new fucking ID card, then you need to have 5 or 6 days that you have the mobile ID center at the base, and you send a message out to everybody that says, hey, get the fucking line. But it takes them fucking 45 minutes to print one ID card. Balancing a line between asking everyone for their papers but still trying to enforce legal immigration. I don't have a problem with everybody showing their papers for a limited period of time, because if everybody had to show their papers, like imagine just a national shutdown day. Imagine a national shutdown day. Simultaneously in 30 cities, we're going to stop the roads. We're going to stop the buses. We're going to stop the trains. We're going to involve local law enforcement, state police, county deputies. We're going to federalize 50,000 troops, put them under the command of ICE for a shutdown day. And literally, we're just going to stop traffic. And we're going to pick up everybody that shouldn't fucking be there. We're going to pick up people with warrants. We're going to pick up people who aren't here legally. We're going to fucking get them all. Let's just get them all. And then, because people are going to be like, oh, well, what about my civil liberties? Okay, do you want to lose your civil liberties for 1 8-hour period? Or do you want your civil liberties to continue to be eroded for another 20 years? Yeah, I could sign myself onto the base, but then what you have to understand is I have to drive 15 miles around the base, go to the visitor center, get myself a visitor's pass, which is all just bullshit. I have a back gate that I can come in if I have my ID card. Yeah. How about a purge day instead? Well, Fagar, here's you shouldn't laugh about that. The moment people realize the social contract is already dead, that day's coming. I want to, this is purely academic, but I want to remind people of a very scary thought. Your Second Amendment rights probably don't give you enough firepower to fight the military. But there's 8,800 people in my town. There's 2,600 militia-age men. 2,300 of them have guns against the police department that has 8 officers on call. 8 officers on shift. In a county where there might be 3 deputies within responding distance of this town. In a district of a state that has no more than 50 state troopers within a 3-hour drive of here. The moment the social contract dies, the purge day starts. And half of them would probably sign up with the mob. Yeah. Most of them, I could probably socially manipulate most of them. And I'm not even that charismatic of a person. I'm a realist. I piss you off to greatness. I don't inspire you to greatness. I just fix your problems. Like, I was talking to my provider about the difference between what's the difference between the book Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus? Well, I don't know, because I don't understand men and I don't understand women, and so I must be from Pluto. And my provider laughed yesterday, and what I said was, if you've never read the book Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, I don't have it on my book list anymore because psychology has changed, sociology has changed, women have changed. Even though I would say the book is still probably 50% valuable, I don't like to put shit on my reading list that's not like 85% or more valuable. Because if I do get you to read one book off of my book list, I want you to feel like the book was worth what you paid for it. But if you don't know the difference between men and women, men speak Martian, women speak Venetian, and it works like this. A man talking to another man. Hey man, when I woke up this morning, I tried to start my car, and when I turned the engine, I didn't even get a crank, I didn't get nothing. Oh, well, at a minimum, it might be your battery, but if your battery died, it's probably your alternator. So do you need me to bring over a spare battery so we can see? Otherwise, you can't diagnose it. Oh, well, thanks, that would be helpful. Man talking to a man This is my problem, but interrupt when you can solve. That's how Martians speak to Martians. Hey man, I had this problem and I got the click, 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 click. Oh, it's your starter. Oh, thanks. Woman talking to a woman. Hey Judy, when I got up this morning, yeah, my car wouldn't start and I didn't know what it was, and my useless piece of shit boyfriend wouldn't get out of bed. When I finally get out of bed, he tried to give me a jump, but he doesn't even have jumper cables. Oh my god, what a fucking chode. What kind of guy doesn't have jumper cables? The guy's completely useless. Well, then when I got to work, my boss was riding my ass, and so Joy is just listening. Joy is throwing in positive words of affirmation. I told you that boyfriend of yours is useless. Your boss has always been an asshole to you. You want to get some wine after work? Because Joy needs you to listen for 15 minutes and just positive reaffirm you. The problem is, Martians can speak to Martians, Venetians can speak to Venetians, but when a man's talking to a woman about his problems, you're living in a Delulu world because that doesn't happen. When a woman is talking to a man about her problems, he keeps interrupting to try to solve the problem. But the problem is, she's like, yeah, and my car wouldn't start. He's like, yeah, it's your starter. She's like, I know what it is. I've already had it repaired. Will you just listen to me? Men want other men to listen to fix. Women want other women to listen to support. Women want men to listen. And the problem is, men don't want to listen because men don't want to talk unless there's a fucking solution. And the example I'll give you of this is, I learned this with my group of friends in high school, which is why I told you, I wish I had known that I had Asperger's back in high school. Would have made everybody's life a lot easier. My friends would come up. I had to drop my group of friends, seeing them Sunday nights through Thursday nights, because I was in my junior year, I was in high school all day, and then I was in college at night. So I was carrying a full high school course load and then a college load. And then my senior year, I was taking college classes. So my friends would stop over. A girl that I loved, she would stop over with cookies. And my mom would let her in, and she'd run up to my room. She'd bring me cookies, and she's like, "Is there anything I can do to help?" And I'd be like, "Well, can you help me translate French?" She's like, "I don't speak French." Be like, "Okay, well, can you help me understand racial diversity across poverty lines in inner city urban development?" And she's like, "No." I said, "Well, then no, there's nothing you can help me with." I didn't realize how big of an asshole I sounded like, but that's the shit I was working on. Well, I don't tell people about my problems. When I say I'm fine, that's the end of the discussion I want to have. I'm fine is I'm good. I'm good is I'm great. Do you need anything? No. Well, when I was a younger man, what I would get in trouble for, I had a live-in girlfriend. She'd say, "Do you need anything?" "No." "Are you sure?" "Steak and a blowjob." I can't believe you just said that. Well, you asked. Exactly, grumpy old man. Oh, I thought you were actually asking if you can help, not just offering to distract me from what I need to get done. Exactly. Exactly. That's the problem between men and women. Or to me, it's the problem between people from Pluto and people from any of the other planets. I don't talk to you about my problems. And vis-a-vis, I don't really want to hear about yours. One of the best things you can do if you want to have a successful relationship is set the 25-word rule. And I mean this. I've talked to many relationship therapists, and they've all told me that I should start writing this and then work with people to refine this. the 25 word rule is, if I'm working on something, like when I'm in my office and my office looks like this is me chilling. This is me relaxing. This is actually how my office looks. There's a missing light over here. I got to replace it. But if any of members of my family come to my office door, if you need me in 25 words or less, the fuck do you need? I need you to take the trash out. I need you to take the trash out. 8 words. Got it. I need you to take the trash out. On it. Trash gets taken out. New bag gets put in. I come back to my office. Less than 60 seconds. Maybe 90 if I stop to see what baked goods we have. I'm back in my office working. When I'm working, I don't need people to come into my, like I didn't get all my work done this morning. I had a lot, I'm backlogged from being sick. I was up at 5:30. I was up at 5:30, but I had a lot of things. Oh, I had to pull the fucking Disney photos off my phone, and that took forever, and I didn't even get them all. I got like 788 of the photos off my phone. Well, that pushed me off target, because you can't use your computer when you're transferring photos, or it just makes it take longer. So I didn't get everything done today. So after today's show, I got more shit I got to get done. Yeah, exactly, grumpy old man. When they know you're in the middle of something and they say, do you have a couple of minutes? And my response is this a 30-minute to an hour couple of minutes? Or is this a 5 minutes couple of minutes? Like, and it's so much healthier when people say to you, instead of, can I get your help? Depends. Do you need me to chop wood? Do you need me to paint your house? Am I going to be doing landscaping? No, I need you to hang a picture. Do you have the hammer? No. Do you have the nails? No. Do you have the hanging kit? No. Go get all that shit and let me know, and then I'll hang whatever you want. Because don't turn your project into my project while I'm in the middle of a project. Also, and I this was a big one. I'm a big stickler for this. I've always been a stickler for this since I was like 20. If you come to my office door 18. When I was an executive at 18 years old, I was a marketing director for a company. Now it was nepotism, but I was still the marketing director. People would come to my office and say, are you busy? Yes. Well, I just need and I'd stop and I'd say, if you started the conversation off with, are you busy? And I said, yes. Let me tell you, that means fuck off. I've told you I'm busy, and it's really presumptuous of you, if I'm the fucking boss, for you to trump my busy. So don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question at all. The question then becomes, right? The question becomes, do you have a moment? Because at that time, I'll say, sure, what do you got? It has to do with the McDonald's account. Why is that doing that? I'm very upset. Then I will say to you, if it has to do with the McDonald's account, I am never that busy. That is our largest account. I always have time for the McDonald's account. Let me help you out. There will never, ever, ever be a time Oh, that's because shit. I have to have the other one. Yeah. There will never be a time when I don't have time for the McDonald's account. It was just like, if you guys remember what, yeah, the chat is being, my computer is, I think my computer is dying and I'm going to have to finance a new streaming rig, which is going to fucking suck. But, you know, it is what it is. I think this computer has reached the end of days. that goes back to the video that I did on who's got the monkey. The computer is 5 years old. No, the one with the 3090. Yeah, I have a 3090 and a 4080. Has it started blue screening yet? Not yet. It's just running shitty. It could be my internet as well. But people are like, I can't believe your computer is already starting to go bad. Well, the problem is this computer has almost 30,000 hours of runtime. So that's a lot of machine hours. I'm gonna have to clean it up, do some stuff, and check it. But anyway, it's all about setting the boundaries. Here, this is what we're gonna do. And turn this off. We're gonna go to this one. Those are rookie numbers. Yeah, 30,000 hours. Those are rookie numbers. But where we have the problem is, truthfully, everybody wants to pretend to be polite. Everybody wants to pretend to be polite. Nobody actually wants to set helpful boundaries. Like, one of the things I'll tell you, and this was so important for me when I got when I had more shit on my plate than I knew what to do with. A big thing for me was I stopped checking email first thing in the morning. I did not check my email first thing in the morning. I began doing leadership by walking around. I started coming in an hour before my night shift left. Because what I found was the night shift people were giving a briefing to the day shift people, and the day shift people weren't giving me a dishonest report, but they weren't exactly giving a great report because you got to tell, yeah, see you later. When I was in the office, I scared people off with my facial expressions and shortness, except to people who knew me and were not afraid of me. Right, and that was something that I needed to do leadership by walking around, because I needed to know exactly what was going on. So I didn't come in like the other flight commanders did 1 hour after shift change. I came in an hour before shift change, because then I got briefed by the night staff, and then I got briefed by the day staff, but they knew I'd already been briefed by the night staff. So it changed the perspective. I didn't check my email first thing in the morning because I carried a BlackBerry. And let's be honest, if it's not important enough to call me, then it's not important enough for you to sit there on your email and say, this is super duper, oh my God, Omega 99 hot. Because when people would put that bullshit in their mail, remember, everybody tries to make their problem your problem. So I would respond, because remember, if you've never read the Who's Got the Monkey article, it's a great article. If you send me an email that's not my fucking problem, but I start to work it, I just made your monkey my problem. And I got enough of my own monkeys. So what I would do is they would send like 7 fucking paragraphs of shit I don't care about, and I would just respond with, why didn't you call me, ? Because now what I've done is I've kicked the monkey back to you. This 7 paragraphs of bullshit I don't care about. If you don't know this one, right? If you worked for me or I worked for you, you would get this in no more than 3 sentences. At the very top of the email is always going to be bluff. Bottom line up front. Right? If in the subject starts FYSA, you don't need to do anything with it. It's for your situational awareness. For your information, random good bullshit that has nothing to do with our organization. You get this. You get that from me. Exclamation point hot FYA for your action. It means, and then in that email, there's going to be a bluff. You need to make a decision. I probably put, you need to make a decision, period. There are 2 courses of action spelled out. I'm recommending course of action 1. And then underneath that, problem statement, course of action 1, course of action 2, blah. And then I always, in red text so that they could copy or cut it out. Red text was always, where does this shit get on us? The red text was always, where does this get shit on us? If it's gonna shit on me, I expect you to use your big ass umbrella to cover me too. If it's gonna shit on you, I'm using my umbrella, but my umbrella's tiny. But people don't do that. People send everything to you hot. Well, it wasn't so hot that you called me at 8:30 at night. I had a fucking phone call once in the morning at 2 o'clock in the morning. Why aren't you on station? Why would I be on station? There was a fuels leak. Which tank? Tank 7. Is it more than 60,000 gallons? No. Again, why would I be on station? Because it's a fuels leak. And I have 5 senior NCOs on night shift. Ooh. It's less than 10% of the fucking total capacity of the tank. Why are you calling me? Well, you're going to need to do a report. Not at 60,000 gallons or less, I'm not. Well, why aren't you here? Because I have 5 senior fucking NCOs. If they can't handle, and what I said to my boss once, because I was pissed, I was like, if I have to drive up there, I will. And if you order me on station, I will go. But then expect to get 5 Article 15 packages later today for fucking incompetence. Because if my people can't do their job, why do I have them? And then I said, how did you even find out about this? Well, the fire department responded. Why? So I got up, I got dressed, I went to the base. I went up to the fire department. I said, why did you respond to a fuels leak with no fire? Fire chief on night, assistant fire chief's like, well, we had nothing else going on. Do you realize that by you just fucking being curious and responding, it went all the way up the fucking food chain to the MSG when I didn't send it up the food chain to the MSG? And none of your response time is valid response time? None of your engine operating hours are tagged to an incident number? He's like, oh, well, you have to give me the incident number. There is no incident number. Because it's not an incident. So then vehicle maintenance is screaming at me. Oh, well, they put like 5 engine hours on their engine. I didn't fucking ask them to leave a fucking fire truck sitting out there fucking running for 5 hours. I didn't ask them for that. I didn't fucking need that. Was anything on fire? No. Go the fuck home then. I didn't ask you to be there. It's all these people that want to make their fucking problem, or they're bored, so they want to make everything else their problem. Fuck off. Go away. I don't want to do racism right now. Let's do this one.
This is an emergency. We have just been violently dragged into the buses here at the first checkpoint on the way to Ismailia. We have
Oh, you don't like how the Egyptians are treating you? Well, let me tell you how you're going to be treated when you actually get to Gaza. You must have forgotten about Vittorio Aragani, a peace activist that went to Gaza in 2008 on a Free Gaza flotilla. Sound familiar? Anyway, by 2011, he was strangled to death by Islamists in Gaza. He too was a peace activist, just like you guys. that wanted to help the peaceful people in Gaza.
Well, first of all, I hate her smug ass because a lot of the people in Gaza are very peaceful Palestinians. Look, they made a fucking mistake. They voted in Hamas, and then Hamas never held free elections again. Look, I get it. I get it. Now, here's the sad part. We're living in a world where there's no way to fix 95% of what's going wrong. Right? There's no way to fix 95% of this shit. And I wish there was. Unfortunately,
I tell you what, why don't we just fucking kill everyone? Just to make sure.
That's unfortunately where we're getting to. You can't fix stupid, which is why the title of today's show is "We Will Never Fix Our Country Till We Educate Our Citizens." I am tired of having to be an apologist for the fact that I read every single day. I read every day. And I don't read like Maxim magazine or Sports Illustrated. When you have people that challenge you every single day, like, yes, do I get some shit wrong? Yes, and I always admit when I get shit wrong because I'm going to make I'm going to make mistakes. Will I ever get around to educating my citizens though? Abso-fucking-lutely. You fucking elect me king of the fucking country and school will be year round immediately. School will be open and available to students 12 hours a day. Holy shit. The very first thing that will happen is I will take a page out of Joe Clark's book, East Side High's Principle, that the movie Lean on Me is based on, Morgan Freeman. Schools will be open 12 hours a day. We will go back to teaching kids both through academics and action and modeling. If you're a shitty teacher, we will fire your ass. You will not work for us. If you're a shitty teacher, you will be gone. If you walk into a K1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 classroom and you say your pronouns are anything other than he, her, she, or he, her, she, her, he, him, you're fired. If you want to teach gender studies, have it on your fucking degree, teach it at the high school, be in the social studies department. Period. Period. Now, while you can't take away my identity, you're right, and you can't indoctrinate kids. So when it comes down to the matter of, am I protecting the students or your fragile sensibilities? Under the age of 8th grade, they don't even know what the fuck their identity is. As I said on the show on Monday, I think my 7-year-old spent a 6-month period of time thinking she was a fucking velociraptor. I'm gonna play the Rob Schneider clip. I'm gonna play the Rob Schneider clip because this is, I can't believe I'm living in a fucking world where Rob fucking Schneider is the voice of fucking sanity. Where the fuck are you? There you go. This is one of the greatest things I've heard him say.
I have a boy and he thinks he's a pirate. Do I have the right to cut off his knee and take an eye out and give him an eye patch?
I think once he gets to that certain point.
A certain point? Like, what's the point where I can cut off my son's knee and say, because he thinks he's a pirate?
I think that's purely between the parent and the child.
Well, I don't think a parent should be allowed to do that.
You should have the option to go be educated and then still go and make the choice that you want to make.
Okay,
After
not
you
at
get
14.
that
If you are under 25 years old, they don't even let you rent a car in this state. What does Avis, Enterprise, and Hertz know that the medical establishment seems so blissfully ignorant about? You are not a good decision maker at 14. You turn 18, you cut off any part you want, and I hope that you don't. I have a.
Okay, this is the fucking world we're living in. This is the world, and people don't like it, and that's too fucking bad. I'm sorry, it's too fucking bad. I am against the idea that we're continuing to perpetuate the idea that psychological development doesn't end until 25. Now, I've read the pros to it. I've read the cons to it. I'm not a psychologist. I do teach psychology. I teach adolescent psychology. So the idea that adolescence doesn't end until 25 is an interesting one for me. It kind of caught me out of left field when I started dabbling in my old stomping grounds. They want to reduce the age of marriage in this country to 14. They want to reduce the age of consent to 14. Okay. So, hold on a second. Let me work through. You can't buy a beer until you're 21. You can't buy cigarettes or vape until you're 21. You can't buy weed until you're 21. So you can't buy external substances that impair your judgment. But we know, especially in the minds of young men, that sex is a mind-altering substance. And if you're not, I don't want to be juvenile about it, but ejaculating for a male causes a rapid change in the biochemical nature and makeup of their brain, which is why young men more and more are getting addicted to masturbating. Now, Jay, what about women? I don't know, because I haven't studied that in depth. I've studied other things about women, but not that particular thing. The only thing you can consent to at 14 is what sauce do you want with your nuggets. Yeah, I agree with you, Flame. I think at age 14, at age 14, I was already having sex, which I'm not proud of. It's just, I'm not going to be a hypocrite. At age 14, I was already having sex. And it became that old expression, a squirrel wants a nut. That becomes your driving factor in life. Now, in some ways, I will say this. I've seen this firsthand. There is a massive difference in the behavior of young men and young women that are at a single-sex school and young men and young women that are at a integrated school. For example, I remember going to high school. Now, I've always had this thing about hygiene, and I'll tell you where it comes from. Going all the way back to age 2.5, I was in a full body cast. I broke both my legs when I was a kid. I know they say that you don't retain memories from that age. I don't give a shit what they say. I retain the memories of two things. Number one, I retain the memories of how badly I itched being in that full body cast. Number two, when you're in a full body cast, an awful lot of fecal matter and urine ends up caked in your cast because you have to be in a full body cast. There is a hole in the ass end and there is a hole in the bottom, but you can't get your hands down there to aim. So it's pretty much piss and dribble, right? So I remember that. I never want to be in that situation again. You have no idea. You have absolutely no idea how insane I went when I was in the foot cast last year. For 4 weeks, I couldn't bathe. There was a reason I wasn't streaming, not just because I couldn't get to the computer and I had to keep my leg elevated, but I was going out of my fucking mind. My wife was bringing me a bowl of warm water and multiple washcloths, and I was losing my shit. I just wanted a shower. I wanted to wash my hair. Now, that was me. I've always had good hygiene. I remember going to high school with all guys and it smelling like the fucking dead end of a yak's ass. But at the same time, I remember student teaching in the all-girls school and it didn't smell much better. Because girls aren't going to get all dolled up to go to school with a bunch of girls, because who the fuck are they there to impress? You always knew which ones had boyfriends that were picking them up after school that day because their hair was done, the makeup was done. But the ones that were just going to go home and put on a pair of sweatpants, you could tell that too. But then my high school became co-ed after I graduated. So I was doing my student teaching there. And I instantly noticed. I walked in and I joked with my guidance counselor. And he was the one that was setting up my student teaching hours. And I said to him, I said, is it just me or does this place smell better? He's like, oh yeah, now that it's co-ed and they're all in the social structure. He's like, yeah, they all bathe. They actually shower after gym class. And you all know this. You all know it. You can think back to high school. You all know it. Don't lie. Don't fucking lie. 95% of you in gym class got your hair wet and then toweled off and put your clothes back on. It's just a rite of passage. Me, I didn't have time for that shit. I don't have time to stink. I don't like it. I'm Jesse Ventura from Predator. I ain't got time to bleed. I ain't got time to bleed. I ain't got time to stink either. I'm gonna take the 2 minutes and stand under the shower, like put deodorant on. You know what always killed me? Fucking killed me, guys that would put the same underwear back on. You've just been running fucking track. You've got a gym bag. Put an extra pair of fucking boxers or briefs in there and fucking put fucking clean shit. Guys, like this one killed me too. Guys would be out there and they'd be fucking running track or playing basketball. They put the same dirty ass gross socks on. I had 5 canvas bags in my big gym bag. I'd come in on Monday. I'd have the 5 canvas bags. Every day, one of the canvas bags gets pulled out. Boxers, socks, clean t-shirt. Put that shit on. The dirty gym uniform goes home. I had 5 gym uniforms. I didn't have time for that shit. Guys that have had the same fucking gym uniform in their locker for like 3 weeks. Like you walk into the hallway and you see the Pigpen green cloud coming out of their locker and you're like, holy fuck, dude. So you want to take these people and tell them that they can get married and have kids? What? What, motherfucker? We're talking about people like we're talking about people can't support the kids they have and you want to add more kids into the mix? Well, we don't think that we should be imposing on children's freedom. What? Yeah, hockey gear bags so rank you would puke. Hockey gear bags, Flame Strike, hockey gear that is so disgusting that the hockey coach out of pocket for away games where he had to bust the students paid a person to drive a U-Haul behind the school bus so that the hockey bags went onto the U-Haul. So the hockey bags didn't come on the bus. Then let 10-year-old kids join the army, drink and drive as well. Yeah, like we don't teach kids about what they need to be successful in life, but and they can't figure it out. But then we want to make it so, like, could you imagine being a teacher and having a 14-year-old married couple come in? What? What the fuck? I think this is all because our fucking government has been diddling 14-year-olds and they want to make the age of consent 14 so that they can pollute the law. That's my opinion.
I have a boy and
That's my opinion. But a 14-year-old wants to be a pirate. You gonna cut off one of his legs? And it's not that far off. You want to talk about why our society is so fucked up? Here's a reason. I love this guy, but here's a reason why society is fucked up.
Well, all right, kind sir. Have a contact phone number for you with an area code first, please. I'm giving you everything I'm required to give. Sure, absolutely. Okay. Well, all the supervisor. No, you can contact one by phone.
But if I'm requesting the supervisor, you're denying me?
I can give you the contact phone number for the sheriff's office. Absolutely. It's area code 520-866-5912.
5912?
Yep.
Do you normally, just a couple questions for you, do you normally threaten to pull people out of the car just for them asking why they got pulled over?
100% when they refuse to provide identification like you did.
But isn't that a secondary offense? Arizona's not a stop and ID state. Like, I asked you why I was being pulled over, correct. And you didn't want to tell me until I use it as a predecessor.
That's correct, because I need to know who I'm talking to first.
Hold on a second. Go ahead.
Okay. You were pulled over while operating a motor vehicle. In 49 states, California is the only exception because they changed their law. If you are operating a motor vehicle there are a ton of reasons a police officer might be pulling you over. None the least of which is that, show me your authorization to operate this vehicle. Absolutely.
Civil rights and laws. And unless I am being arrested, or unless I'm being
failing to provide evidence of identity is a criminal offense.
No, it's a secondary offense.
Doesn't matter.
It is.
It's an offense.
It doesn't. Officer Stroup, if you will let me speak, and then I'll let you speak. Is that all right?
No.
You don't want to let me speak.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not here for a back and forth.
Well,
this isn't I talking to you.
Civil conversation. You can't.
It is absolutely.
Normally, per the civil rights.
Okay, normally per your civil rights. I want to put I'm going to put a preface on people's civil rights. Ready? Here's the new preface on civil rights. Do you see my friend? This is my friend. This is my friend. And if you bring up the per my civil rights and you get your civil rights wrong, I get to bust you in the fucking teeth with my friend. And you have to agree to it. Do you know how many people would shut the fuck up about their civil rights? And I mean this with all sincerity. If you bring up to me, but my civil rights, and you're wrong, I get to bust you in the teeth with my friend there. I would imagine the total number of people talking out their ass about their civil rights would drop by 95%. And they'd all go fucking study their goddamn civil rights. If you put a blowjob at the end of every fucking civil right amendment, every male in America would be able to fucking quote that shit to you. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? If we lived in a fucking fantasy world where we had holographic women, because they got to be holographic, if you could 100% correctly recite your civil rights amendments, you get a blowjob, every boy in America would be able to do it. Every boy.
This has nothing to do with civil rights.
Per the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, which you hold an oath to uphold, I know it's very, very disappointing because I like to follow the rules too. Obviously, I got caught breaking some sort of. However,
well, you like to follow rules except for speed limit that you don't like to follow.
It's objective or subjective. That's the curse here. Okay, so.
Like, you're arguing with a fucking guy who's famous on fucking TikTok for traffic stops. But what you don't show is, and I have the other part of the video. He goes up to the window and he's like, I need your ID. And the guy's like, for what? I'm going to pull you out of the car unless you give me your ID. I don't want to hear anything from you other than here is my driver's license. Because that is the fucking agreement you made when you got it. In fact, if I remember correctly, Illinois 625 ILCS 56112, licenses and permits are to be carried and exhibited on demand. That's what people don't get. Illinois is not a stop and ID state. However, when you are in operation of a motor vehicle, they are not stopping and IDing you. The police, in every state except California, the police have the right to stop you to do nothing other than check the validity of your driver's license. This is where there is a difference between a DUI checkpoint and an operator's checkpoint. At an operator's checkpoint, they're literally just saying, are you in operation of a motor vehicle right now? Yes. May I see your driver's license? It's valid. Go. My only problem with law enforcement is qualified immunity. So basically, they did wrong, but they meant well. Accountability absent responsibility is corruption. No, absolutely not. I want you to think about that real quick. I want you to think about that really, really quickly. Okay? How could a police officer do their job if every minute of every day, of every interaction, they were at risk of being civilly liable to lawsuits. Qualified immunity does not mean they did wrong, but they meant well. Qualified immunity means they did wrong and they knew wrong. Qualified immunity, yeah, you just described every day for a doctor. That's why malpractice in some states is so out of control. They don't have any fucking doctors left. The doctors have all gone right across the river. The problem is this. I get a phone call. I get a 911 dispatch. It says, I get a 911 dispatch where the dispatcher says to me, there is an assault in progress, 1032, gun. The name of the suspect comes back 10100. Known dangerous. While I'm speeding to that scene, does the information that I've been given change how I arrive on scene? And the answer is abso-fucking-lutely it does. You're a 10100, known dangerous, known violent, and it's being reported that you're 1032. You have a gun. The moment I get out of my vehicle, my sidearm is drawn. In fact, yeah, which is why there's a fucking 10 code for it. Your suspect is 1032, 10100. The dispatcher has seen the notes. I'm trusting the dispatcher so my partner, if we're a two-person unit, my partner hears you're 10100, 1032. He's unlocking the long rifle. He's going to get out with the shotgun and he's unlocking the long rifle for me. We're coming in fucking strapped and heavy because of what we're being told. Now, is it possible somebody has called in erroneous information? Absolutely. Does that mean I'm going to come in fucking guns blazing? No. But it means I'm going to come in with my gun already drawn. It means I'm going to come in gun already drawn, safety up in the, in the chest, 1 second, 1/10 of a second up in fire position. And then if I get there and the shit's gone crazy, I'm ready to respond to crazy. If I get there and the shit's not crazy, I'm gonna be like, hey folks, can I have y'all move apart from each other? I just need you to move apart from each other. We're gonna wait for a backup unit. Everybody just move away from each other and just stand pat. My other unit's a minute out. Because now, me and my partner are gonna keep these two crazy fuckers away from each other. When the other units get there, I'm going to take my long. I'm going to hand my long to the guy behind me because I'm the first responding unit. I'm going to walk over there. I'm going to talk to you. My partner's going to hand the shotty to the other responding officer. He's going to go talk over there. The scenario I think of is you're in your house. The call was a mistake. 3 officers have you surrounded in your kitchen in a triangle with their arms up saying, back up, calm down. You have no way to retreat when they touch you and charge you with battery. Okay? The scenario you've created is missing an awful lot of things. How are they in your house? How did they gain entry? That's a big one for the scenario you just described. The scenario you've just described is, did you let them in or did they break in? Did they use exigent circumstances to kick the door down? Because let me tell you, in the situation where the cops kick your door down, shut the fuck up, get down on the ground, put your hands behind your back, and let all your civil rights violations be won in court. Here's the problem. I think I actually have a video on this topic. I might. I pulled a lot of videos down today. No, it must be in the batch for the next show. I have a video talking about and people always want to argue and say it's wrong. Okay? You're a police officer. You walk up to me. You're a police officer. You walk up to me. I know I haven't done anything. I will use the example of when I was on my walk. I know I haven't done anything. They don't do it unless they've been given probable cause, to be fair, which is typically a 911 call. Correct. Because they have a 911 call, they have breached entry into your home. Wait, I suppose my problem is I want to be made whole in the moment, not in court. I wish my rights were strong enough in the moment. It's not that your rights are strong enough or not. Let me jump up real quick and then I want to grab what you just said. Okay, you said, I suppose my problem is I want to be made home in the program. I wish my rights were strong enough in the moment, so it's my pride. It is your pride. And this is why I say you can be dead right or you can be dead wrong. There is people are under this belief. People are under this belief. You get stopped. And you know the stop is bullshit. But you resist. And you get charged. You get charged with the bullshit. You get your charge on the bullshit. And you resist, you get charged with resisting. You get charged with assault to a peace officer. You get charged with eluding. And they can hit you with all of that. Here's the problem. This gets tossed. But these are all righteous. Somewhere, if with all the fucking internet lawyers out there, what people have done is they have convinced you that assaulting a police officer, eluding, resisting are all secondary offenses. They are not. Those are primary offenses. Some of them, with a good lawyer that you're paying $800, $900, $1,000 an hour to, he's going to be able to get those kicked, because what he's going to say is under the same doctrine of fruit of the poisonous tree. If your initial reason for the stop was tossed, then none of these other events would have happened if you fucked off. Now, they do not have to show a warrant for a 911 call. You are correct. However, no, they usually don't all get tossed, believe it or not. Believe it or not, and I wish I had the video, it's somewhere around here because I think it's for my next show. The defense attorney is talking about how the majority of the time he can't get them tossed. He can't get them tossed because they're primary offenses. Secondary offenses, like let me break it down this way for you. So the police stop you, you act like a clown, and then you get charged with the stop, resisting, eluding, and assault to a peace officer. This is a primary charge. This is a primary charge. This is a primary charge. These are all the results of your actions. Now, the difference is you get stopped for a brake light. Your brake light is out. But then they take 35 minutes giving you the ticket. Appreciate that. While they wait for the dog. And then the dog gets there and you get a drug bust. Right? The problem here is that this is a righteous stop. Your brake light was out. No, we're putting it all in context. The problem here is the brake light is still a righteous stop, But the fact that they took 35 minutes to write you a ticket violated your civil rights. So it doesn't matter that they brought the dog. The drug bust is out. Now, to take it back to the unlawful entry. There is no such thing as an unlawful entry with exigent circumstances. When they make entry due to a 911 call, that is righteous. But they see a kilo of coke, $50,000 in cash, and an AK-47. And they scoop all that up. Well, good officers aren't going to touch it. Rookies are going to be like, look at all this shit. And veterans are going to be like, you don't see shit. You don't see shit. You ain't going to mention shit. You ain't going to talk about shit. You're not going to log it in your report. You're not going to do shit. We're going to take this. We're going to turn it over to Vice. We're going to let Vice know what we saw. We're going to give sworn statements to Vice. And then they're going to have to get a righteous way to get into that house to see it, because we made entry on something else and we don't have a look-see warrant. Some people are going to say, yeah, but they could. Yeah, they could. They could confiscate the cash. They could confiscate the AK-47. They could confiscate the drugs. But you ain't going to get a charge out of it. Because now you've put the prosecutor in a really shitty spot. Yeah, it's not an illegal search and seizure, but it's not a legal one either. See what I'm saying? You're going to put the prosecutor in a spot because now the prosecutor has got to fucking get every duck to be in a row, gold-plated, not shitting, because if anything gets fucked up here, all this gets done, and now that guy knows that he's burned with the police. Now, you say a wrong address for a warrant. They figure out they're wrong, but now you're belligerent because your house was just violated. No, it doesn't depend if the 911 call was legit or not. They could seize that stuff. They absolutely could. Yeah, you got the stuff off the street, but you don't get the charges. Now that person knows they're burned, and they're just going to leave. So that's where they're going to say, is getting 1 AK and a kilo of coke off the street good? Well, of course it's good. But if this guy's got an uncut kilo of coke, Vice wants to look into that more. The DEA wants to know about this guy. The DEA might be in a van down the street losing their fucking minds because they're like, oh, fuck. 911 call for the house we're sitting on, but we can't intervene. We can't stop the call because the 911 call has to be addressed. That's what people don't understand because they look at everything in like a telescope and they're like, oh, fuck. You got to look at the big picture. Now, amateur tech, I get what you're saying. Cops show up at your door. They got the wrong address. They bust in your door. They put you in cuffs. You were belligerent. Maybe you shot at one of them. Maybe you killed one of them. You're not going to get charged. You're not going to get charged. You're going to get arrested, but you're not going to get charged. Because what are they going to charge you with? Murder? You're going to say, bunch of fucking people knocked in my front door and I have a gun, a legally registered firearm, mounted under my desk. They didn't knock. They didn't say police. They fucking busted in my door and I drew and I fired. And legit fear your life. Now the prosecutor's going to be like, you dumb motherfuckers. That's why now everything is double check your T's, double check your I's, pass the fucking warrant around. Are we at the right house? Are we sure we're at the right house? Confirm we're at the right house. And guess what? I don't have a problem with that. Why? Because how the fuck do you fuck up a warrant? How do you fuck up a warrant? You should literally have a guy sitting on the fucking house, and when you show up and you're across the street, that guy should be like, where the fuck are you dumb fucks going? Well, our warrant is for 441. Well, that's great, but you need a warrant for 444, you fucking jackasses. If they start yelling police after you fire, are you obligated to assume the intruder is telling the truth? No, if you're firing at them, they're obligated to retreat to a safe distance. If I'm wrong, I can't be mad. That's the bet I made. But if I'm right, I'd be pissed. You're right, you would be pissed. But you know what? When I was walking around and that cop detained me for a suspicious person, I was going to argue with him up until 1, he pulled out his handcuffs, or 2, he pulled out his gun. You pull out your gun, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to the ground, putting my hands out. The moment he pulls his gun, he's already shown me he's in fear of his life, and he wants to go home to his family that day. I want to go home to mine. I also want to go home to mine with a big fat fucking check. I can't collect that fucking check if I can't control myself. Now, this isn't a brag. It's not a boast. It's not a whatever. One of the problems with me is that I studied boxing. I studied martial arts. I studied combatives. I have PTSD. The reason why I go into the I'm gonna let you handcuff me, and I'll even tell them, I'll be like, guys, my shoulder doesn't go by my back, but if you want to handcuff me in front, or you have a long chain, I'm good with that if it makes you feel more comfortable. Because once they touch me, I'm likely to kill them. I'm likely to fight. I don't have, what is it, fight, flight, fawn, flop, or freeze. I don't have flight, flop, fawn, and freeze. I don't have those settings. The little guy in my brain is like fight, fight more, fight harder, fight dirty. Like, I'm fucking Colossus. It's time to fight dirty. Like, I'll fucking punch you in the balls. I don't care. I'm going home to my family today. I get what you're saying. But here's the next problem. If we taught our citizens to firmly but politely and respectfully stand up for their rights, and I don't know, we taught our police officers to be decent, moral human beings. Like George Carlin said it best. Police departments after the Rodney King incident had to go through sensitivity training. Look, man, I don't know what it is about police departments, but I don't think there's any level of sensitivity training you can put your officers through that is somehow going to teach them that it's morally reprehensible for 5 guys to shove a floor lamp up somebody's ass. No, after they get the warrant, the police do not have to politely knock on your door and act professional. It depends on a lot of things. Number one, it depends on, the big one is, what level of threat have you been assessed at? If you have been assessed at a level of threat, they might have what is known as a no-knock warrant, which means they can come right up to the door, knock in the door, and that's it. Throw in a flashbang. Usually CRT or SWAT shows up, and they can do it that way. Now, for the majority of warrants, for nonviolent crimes, yes, they are going to come to the door. There's usually going to be 2 or 4 of them. Usually 2 to the front door, 2 to the side or back door. They're going to knock on the door, and most of the time, they're going to be polite, and they're going to say, hey, are you Mr. Jalan? I am, in fact, Mr. Jalan. Hey, Mr. Jalan, want to let you know there's a warrant out for your arrest. We're here to serve that warrant. We can do this a couple of ways. We can take you right now. If you'd like to take a moment and get shoes on, grab your wallet, grab your phone, whatever you're going to need, we can take you down. Or if you need a few minutes to get bail money, according to your warrant, you're going to need $1,500, $2,000, $2,500 cash. Since you're not labeled as a flight risk, we're letting you know it's 146. We're going to forcibly execute the warrant at $1,500. So if you want to go to your bank real quick, draw cash, come down to the police station, then you'll be able to self-post your own bail. The majority of the time, they want to do things peacefully. But if you're a risk of hurting them or others, then they're not going to give you the opportunity. So, yes, 99.9% of TV shows show them kicking down doors and throwing in flashbangs for the kid who stole a laptop. They're not going to do that. It's too much fucking paperwork. If 5 men with long guns breach my door in the middle of the night screaming police search warrant, I don't believe them until I see that warrant. Right. And that's why they don't like to do that. Especially, that's why I'm in favor of this. That's why I'm in favor of a national gun registry, because that doesn't impede upon your Second Amendment any more so than having a driver's license impedes on your right to travel. That way, when they go onto the database and they're like, holy shit, have you seen this guy's fucking licenses? This dude has fully automatic weapons. Yeah, let's not take him down at his house. Dude has 50 registered weapons. Holy shit. This guy has a waiver for Dragon's Breath rounds. This guy has a waiver for armor piercing. Yeah, let's not take him down forcefully. Let's sit on him for a minute and see if we can get him when he's out and about. How do I feel about 3D printed guns? All right, great question. Are you asking me? Well, I'll give you all the answers. How do I feel about 3D printed guns? Academically, I think the idea of 3D printed guns are good in the same way that I think the Anarchist Cookbook is good. I don't believe that we should restrict access to information, because I believe that restricting access to information turns the information into an aphrodisiac, and then people are just going to do it more. At the same time, because there has been a massive fall off in morality in school, and morals in school, and morality in the home, and morals in home, I'm not sure anymore if I want people to have access to information when they don't have the responsibility. 3D printed guns are too easy to abuse, except the problem with 3D printed guns is this. I'm not going to tell you how to do it because I don't feel like having the ATF up my ass. But why are you worried about a 3D printed gun when I can make a 200 round magazine, fully automatic weapon with 10 minutes, $10 worth of parts, and a soldering iron? So which one scares you more? A 3D printed gun that's good for a handful of shots, it's untraceable, or the fact that I can have a 200 round magazine that's fully automatic? That scares me more, right? That personally scares me more. I would rather have 3D printed guns, to be honest. Depends on how good the 3D printing gets. And you're right. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But this is an airsoft mag, and I'm showing you the airsoft mag version of it for reasons, right? For reasons. But you can make that for a regular firearm as well. And that scares me. That scares the shit out of me. The unregulated 3D printed gun would worry me more because anyone can print and use the gun. The normal guns, whatever modified or not, are at least sold to people with licenses. You really believe that? Please stop believing that. Please stop believing that. Please stop believing that. Do you know how backlogged the system is registering firearm transfers? Do you know that the moment I take the firearm transfer down to the sheriff and he signs it, I'm not liable for that serial number anymore, but it might take the ATF over a year to get around to updating the paperwork. Another example, I won't tell you the name of the guy, the name of the officer. Officer that I worked with was out of town for a week. He came home. His wall safe had been ripped out. So 3 of his service weapons, including his AR, were ripped out of the wall. And they stole his whole gun safe. So about 13 rifles were stolen. His professional and his personal weapons were stolen out of his house. Yeah, Georgia doesn't give a shit. You can do as long as you have some sort of paperwork trail that you transfer the weapon. Some states you don't have to go down to the sheriff's office to sign it. In Canada, in the last 6 months, 9 to 10 guns are illegal and used in crime. Now let me give you an interesting scenario. Did you know that in the U.S. and you really have to dig, you have to really dig for the facts because we convolute everything. But in areas where gun ownership and concealed carry is easier, they have less gun crime. Because if you remember the scene in RoboCop, right? Let me see if I can pull it real quick because it's funny as fuck. Damn, that's loud. Right? When you're in a place where when you're in a place where theft is easy, right? Then theft is easy and people become criminals. But when you're in a place that everybody is concealed carry, right?
What can I do for you, pal?
Nobody move! Everything in the register now! Do it!
What's it like being a rocket scientist?
I mean, that's how it is in Texas, right? You're not gonna try to do shit in Texas because, and they, of course, they have gun crime, but look at the gun crime they have in Texas. Fucking snipers in hotel windows shooting at music festivals. You don't get that shit where they're, pulling out a gun at the fucking convenience store because the guy behind you, the guy in front of you, grandma in the fucking car, they all got a gun. Now, do we live in a fucking world where we have to think about things and say, are many of those places with concealed carry more rural? No, it's the state is concealed carry. The whole fucking state. Concealed carry is statewide, and I'm not up to date because reasons, but I'm not up to date, but it's something like 28 or 30 states now all have reciprocal concealed carry. But everybody always wants to make a big deal about guns. What about that? Right? I can kill you just as easily. In fact, I can kill you more easily with this. Right? I can kill you more easily than this than I can with a gun. Didn't they change concealed carry where the DA can confirm, not just your police chief? I have no idea what you're talking about. There is a database of concealed carry and it's tied to your driver's plate, your license plate. Texas is open carry. It is. But you can also conceal. Remember, everywhere in the United States is technically open carry. Everywhere in the United States is technically open carry. It's just individual locations that their rights say you can't open carry. I could walk around town with a fucking rocket launcher on my back if I have a class 4 permit for it. Did I see the news thing where the transgender got away with attempted kidnapping? Okay, let me help you out with something. I don't respond to I don't respond to when we label trans. I won't respond to that. I did not see the news thing where the individual who identifies as transgender got away with attempted murder. I'm not going to put every transgender person feeding at that trough like they're responsible for that asshole. Just like I don't want to be responsible for every Irish asshole that got drunk on St. Patrick's Day and got a DUI. So let's not do that. Let's not call them a transgender. Let's call them an individual who identifies as transgender. Now, no, I did not see that. If you have it, I would love to see it. I was shown a video that demonstrated that a guy with a knife within 10 feet can kill you quicker than you can draw a gun. Yes, that is absolutely correct. A knife is a better weapon inside 10 feet. Now, somebody said, well, I can't kill as many people easily if I had a gun. That's interesting. I saw an article out of London where a guy stabbed like 11 people. And you know why? Because nobody had a gun or a knife to stop him. Now, he didn't kill 11 people, but he stabbed 11 people. Again, humans have been figuring out better and better ways to kill each other. Like, I want you to think about when the social contract goes out the window. Do you want to fight a guy with a chainsaw? Because I sure as fuck don't want to get cut by a chainsaw. Do you want to fight a guy that's carrying around a battery-operated circular saw? I don't want to fuck with that at all. I'm going to tell you this. If you have a circular saw, you're not getting within 20 feet of me, because the moment you hit 19 feet, I'm going to empty the entire magazine into you and your saw until it stops running. I don't want to be hit with an axe. No, 2 in the chest, 1 in the head. No, absolutely not. If you have a circular saw or a chainsaw, it's 16 to the chest. That's it. If you're wearing body armor, I'm aiming for the throat area. I want to put bullets in you if you have a circular saw, a battery-operated circular saw, or a chainsaw. Yeah, that's clip empty situation, reload, and then hope that you're down. And if you're not, I'm emptying another clip into you. Period. In Florida, you can open carry while fishing, but the police are often get calls and make contact. With it being legal, can't you deny consensual encounter? No, you can never deny a consensual encounter because you can be detained for illegal activity. Yeah, if you have the news clip, feel free to link it. And I'll grab it and I'll look at it on Friday. You can't deny a consensual encounter. And here's why. You can ask if the contact is consensual. And then when they say yes, and you say, well, I want to end this consensual contact, then they'll turn around and say, okay, now we're detaining you for investigation. You see how easy that is? Now the only difference is that since you've detained me, what crime do you suspect me of committing? Here's the trick that people don't realize. It's called RAS. Reasonable it's the reasonable articulatable suspicion, because unless I stopped you while you're actively casting a fishing line, I have every right to ask you some questions. That's what people forget. Reasonable articulatable suspicion doesn't pass the same probable cause hearing. That's why it's not called my probable cause for stopping you. It's called my reasonable articulatable suspicion. Hey man, I got a call that you're walking around with a gun. Yeah, I'm walking around with a fishing line. Okay, can I see your bait? No. Okay, I'm gonna now take you into custody because you aren't fishing. I've asked you a reasonable question. May I see your bait? I haven't asked to search you. I haven't asked to seize your gun. I haven't asked to seize your bait. I have just asked to see the thing it's just like this. If I'm walking around as a teenager and I have a baseball bat, am I carrying a piece of sports equipment? or am I carrying a weapon? Well, I don't know, because I never fucked around with that. In the trunk of my car, I had a bat, a ball, a cap. It doesn't matter about intent. Does not matter about intent. A bat is this a walking staff? Is this a cane or a weapon? This one I can't defend. Okay, so this is where this one I really can't defend. I use this as a cane when my leg's locked up, but a cop could say this is just a weapon. This, on the other hand, the police officer would not be able to say isn't a medical device. This would be a hard sell. This is actually about 6 pounds. It's solid metal, and trust me, you don't want to get cracked in the face with that thing. But there's no way a police officer could claim this is a weapon. This is clearly and distinctly a walking cane. It's clearly and distinctly a medical device. So that's where we run into what is reasonable, articulatable suspicion. As long as it's reasonable. Now, remember, that officer is going to have to go in front of a judge, and the officer is going to have to explain without any help from anybody else. The officer isn't going to be asked questions by the prosecutor. The officer is going to be asked questions by the judge. And if the judge doesn't like the answer, then he says, you failed Raz. Your qualified immunity might be lost. Now you have to have a qualified immunity hearing. Hey there, Lard. Just about to get out of here. Now, when it comes to, no, we didn't figure out how to fix it today. Yeah, they'll throw out the probable cause. When they throw out the probable cause, now the officer opens himself up to a hearing for qualified immunity. But if the Raz meets, now they'll move on to a probable cause hearing. The probable cause can get thrown out, but because Raz was met, you try to file a qualified immunity, the judge that hears that case will say no, because the officer had reasonable suspicion and he was able to articulate it. You were walking around, you were seen passing 3 opportunities that you could have fished. You elected to park 5 miles away from your ultimate destination, even though your destination has parking. These are all suspicious activities where the officer made contact, asked you what you were doing, and instead of saying fishing, you said, fuck off. When the officer asked to see your bait, you said, blow me. Well, then he detained you and came to the conclusion you had no bait on you. Thus, you couldn't be fishing. Your tackle box was empty. You had no lure on the end of your line. You had no hook. You had no weight. You weren't really fishing. You were just walking around being an asshole. Now, this isn't a discussion whether or not you should be able to walk around with a gun. Is it legal to dig worms on site? It's a great question. In Florida, they said the exemption doesn't apply on docks above a certain height over what? Yeah, I don't want to get into the details because then we lose sight of the big picture. Should you be allowed to walk around strapped in America? Yes, you should. Open carry should be legal, and I know the Florida law is being challenged in the Supreme Court right now. We need to stop being distracted by the minutia, and we need to focus on the idea of let's fix the actual problem. Let's fix the actual problem. Instead of there having to be 75,000 pages of gun control laws, let's just say it this way. If you commit a crime with a gun, 15-year mandatory federal sentence with 1 additional year for every live round of ammunition loaded into the gun. So you commit a crime with a 30-round AR-15. That's 45 years mandatory in federal prison. Guess what? Gun crime would drop, especially if we had prison reform. Anyway, I'm at 4 hours, 48 minutes, and my voice still isn't healthy. I'm going to get out of here. I'm back tomorrow for some video games, but since Once Human has been kind of shitty lately, if you guys want to follow up on any of these topics tomorrow, feel free to pop in tomorrow with that as well.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You